then she had to remember she canceled it and then tried it again.
Well, she was also having issues with her vocal cords.
Oh, that's right.
She had some sort of a surgery. We weren't sure what that was going to. Well, she had to learn how to sing differently. The way she sang, even though it was great, it
Damaged
was like,
her vocal cords?
Yeah, she wasn't doing it right, and she wasn't going through the proper steps to protect her.
We could help her
voice.
case.
We could. Well, you could. I couldn't. I couldn't.
Can you imagine what it would be like if you knew that people were paying over $1,000 per ticket just to come see you?
I couldn't handle it
each night.
I couldn't handle it because I have to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I'm not.
yeah, but look, I mean, she's so good.
I
I
mean,
can't
listen,
imagine they don't
You just do
enjoy
what you
it.
do at that
Yeah.
level, at that natural talent. You just
Yeah.
do what you do. You're just good at it.
My regular stand-up stuff was good, and I rarely got $1,500 a ticket.
Rarely.
So,
Yeah.
Got $1,500 total.
right, yeah, the entire audience.
Brooke Hogan, daughter of Hulk Hogan.
Nice to meet you.
Born on the exact same day as Adele. She is 35 as well.
She's a singer as well. If you recall from whatever show that was.
Hogan Knows
Hogan
Best.
Knows Best.
Yeah.
And then he started dating her best friend.
Something like
Right.
that.
Dear
All right,
God.
last birthday. We need to move along.
Oh, yeah,
Come on, stop
yeah.
it.
PJ Tucker of your Philadelphia 76ers is 38 years old today. And they play tonight in Philadelphia back against the Celtics. We got a couple of Boston teams
We
in town
do,
today, by the
yeah.
way. We may talk about that a little bit later on. All right. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating birthday on Cinco de Mayo, 5th day of May. Let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. Which Benedictine monk perfected champagne, the champagne method? And we will go to Debbie for an answer. Hi, Debbie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Debbie, which Benedictine monk perfected the champagne method?
Don Perignon.
Well, his name is Dom, but we'll go with that.
Yeah, Dom Perignon.
Hang on. It says every one of these on our list here says Don. His name is Dom with an M, by the way. Dom Perignon. And Debbie, hang on the line. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival, June 3rd and 4th. Bader Field, presented by Ocean Casino Resort, featuring over 100 breweries pouring 400 beers. Dropkick Murphys performing June 3rd, 3/11 on June 4th. You can visit acbeerfest.com for tickets. Well, we finally know the name of Khloe Kardashian and Tristan Thompson's son. It has been revealed. And it's not true. It's actually a fairly normal name.
Really?
Yes. The Sun reports that the former couple named their baby boy Tatum Robert.
Tatum.
So Tatum is, it's
normal.
It's not like True.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of the other kind of off the, Psalm and the other things. that
Tatum
we see
O'Neal.
pop up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Insider told the outlet there was talk about whether it should be Tatum Robert or should it be Robert Tatum. A source told the outlet in an article published Thursday that some of the family were leaning more towards Robert because it honors her dad and her brother. So they welcomed Tatum Robert, their second child, together via surrogate in August of 2022, but they're now just revealing.
You think they're going to go to more provincial classic name mode? The more kids they have,
Maybe.
like Gus.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Will we see a Gus Kardashian?
Possibly. We'll have to see. Remains to be seen. Hey, Mark Hamill paid a sweet tribute to his Star Wars co-star Carrie Fisher at her Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony yesterday. The actor read from a note that he wrote about Fisher shortly after her death. In his speech, he said, "Carrie was one of a kind. She belonged to us all, whether we liked it or not. She was our princess, damn it." And the actress who played her blurred into one gorgeous, fearlessly independent, ferociously funny, take charge woman who took our collective breath away. Determined and tough, but with vulnerability that made you root for her and want her to succeed and be happy. She played such a crucial role in my professional and personal life. Both would have been far emptier without her. He stuck around to help Fisher's daughter, Billie Lourd, unveil her mother's star, and the Scream Queen star poured glitter on the star itself and told the crowd, "My mom was glitter. She covered her world in it, both literally and metaphorically. She left a mark of sparkle on everyone she met."
I don't know if Mark Hamill ever resented the Luke Skywalker role, but I think he kind of shied away from it for a little bit. But
I think so.
He really seems to be in a good place in his life, and he makes jokes about stuff all the time. He makes fun of himself.
He was really twisted up about it for a while.
Yeah,
and
I
was
thought
very
so.
critical. I don't know if he was angry at the role, but I think he was angry at the fan base for a while for
Okay.
being I don't know. They were beating up on George Lucas and all this stuff.
Maybe too fanatical.
Possibly.
But he's he's in the Kreischer movie that's coming out.
Yeah.
I really love Mark Hamill.
Some people who play a role that defines them for a long time kind of resent it for a while, and then later on, you usually see them come back around and go, you know what?
Happened with me.
It was pretty cool. What?
Yeah, everyone they'll say, "Oh, that's Vicky from Small Wonder."
Oh,
That wasn't even you.
I know. Well,
know,
it's really the
denied it.
weird part.
For a long time.
You're a good actor, though.
Jason Sudeikis and Olivia Wilde are fighting back against a former nanny who is suing them in a California court. So,
Sie verkaufte Hochzeitskleider und war sehr mondän. Doch gefunden sich der andere und sie musste gehen.
according to
Sie nun wusste nicht wohin ohne ihren Danny.
new legal documents, why
They're fighting back against the nanny.
Against the nanny.
Sie verkaufte Hochzeitskleider und war sehr mondän.
According to
Gefunden sich eine andere.
legal documents obtained by TMZ, the former couple say that Erica Gennaro's civil suit should have been addressed in a private arbitration in New York. They told TMZ it's unfortunate that this private matter continues to play out in the press. Our focus has been and will continue to be steadfastly to protect our family in the face of harassment of any kind. We are confident that the evidence brought forward will affirm our position to summarily dismiss this case and bring our family peace. Harumph.
Now let me ask you something. So I know they're filthy rich, tons of money. Do you think you could get on with a live-in maid? Like, you know,
Yes.
You think you could?
Yes.
I don't know. I
I know someone who has one.
Oh, really? Okay,
yes,
yeah.
and it's goddamn
Is it wonderful?
awesome.
All the
Yes.
perks and benefits, yeah.
Oh, he gets a martini when he comes home from
Wow.
work. And,
Is this Gary Lauer?
It is not Gary
Just the
Lauer.
way I like it.
That's his favorite drink?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, but I do know someone who literally has a live-in. He calls her his Alice.
Wow.
and takes care of lots of stuff.
I don't know.
So it's awesome.
I don't know if I could deal with it, but yeah, I maybe
You might get used to it.
possibly if I had a mock-teeny.
The former mock.
Yeah.
The former. We've been slipping on that lately.
I know,
by
it's
the way.
It's okay. We can give it a rest.
One more time, Casey.
Yeah.
Their former nanny alleges that she was fired after she asked for a 3-day leave to address mental health
You're
issues.
fired, you whore.
Wow. Okay.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
You don't want to think of Ted Lasso that way, do you?
Caused by their tumultuous breakup. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't want to think of that.
I'd like 3 days off. I feel very. You're fired,
You whore.
you whore.
So,
Make me martini and then leave.
the Sun UK reports that Taylor Swift has reunited romantically with Matt Healy of the 1975.
I like that band.
The couple briefly dated nearly 10 years ago. I have a couple of little pop music stories. Okay. According to a source, the two are madly in love
No, they're not.
and started seeing each other earlier this year. And she and longtime boyfriend Joe Alwyn, after she and longtime boyfriend Joe Alwyn broke up. Swift and Healy spent time together a couple of years ago. Yeah, a couple. Collaborating on her latest album. She even wrote with his band. The Sun also reports that the couple will go public with their relationship at her concert in Nashville this weekend.
Aha.
So we'll
That's
see
going to be a big to-do.
if that ends up happening.
Audio had leaked. Not that it was anything. There was audio that leaked of him. I don't want to say leaked. Him talking about ever dating her, and he said no, he didn't think that would ever happen. And here they are. Wow, it's crazy.
That's the
isn't it?
word. We'll see if it's legit or not. All right. Speaking of pop stars, Ed Sheeran has won that copyright trial.
I'm glad he did.
I agree.
Yeah.
And he had some things to say about it as well, as far as these kind of lawsuits being on the frivolous side. But Marvin Gaye's family very protective of his legacy. Marissa's going to send over a couple of clips that we have of him. Yeah, a couple.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple.
A few.
Yeah,
I'm going to start using
change it up today.
few.
We're going to get back the mock, but we're going to trade this one
But
in.
we have the comparisons of the songs, and while there are similar chord changes, it doesn't sound like a ripoff of the song to me.
That's what's killing me lately.
Yeah.
And Sharon makes that point, is that, there are similarities in countless songs. The thing they say that really helped his case is he got up on the stand with his guitar and played different songs.
I mean, there are songs, there are loads of songs that are based on a progression called the 12-bar blues. And
standard, right?
Why wouldn't there be lawsuits galore for anybody who tries to play the 12-bar blues and add some lyrics to it? So anyway, here we go. This is Ed speaking after the trial.
I'm obviously very happy with the outcome of the case, and it looks like I'm not having to retire from my day job after all. If the jury had decided this matter the other way, we might as well say goodbye to the creative freedom of songwriters. We need to be able to write our original music and engage in independent creation without worrying at every step of the way that such creativity will be wrongly called into question.
You remember a while back it was Tom Petty?
Yes.
And I forgot who the other artist was.
Might have been the Red Hot Chili Peppers for Danny California. And,
no, it wasn't.
Mary Jane, okay.
Nope, it wasn't. It was, I forgot who it was. It was a solo artist. And he just, once the Petty camp had pointed it out to him that, hey, these are really close.
Yeah.
He said, you know what? I didn't even realize it. You're right. You wrote that song first, even though I didn't steal it from you. So they made an agreement.
There we go.
And they didn't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah.
Sam Smith, Stay With Me. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they put it to bed right away. And sometimes you can accidentally write a same song.
Think about the amount of content that all these multiple artists make. What are the odds? You have to attach some sort of knowing I'm going to steal this.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's virtually impossible to do.
But I remember Tom Petty saying that Sam Smith told him, you're right. It was an
Mock,
accident.
Yeah,
so,
he said, yeah.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of years ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Some years ago, there was a Fish song that it's a staple, and it's called Tweezer. And apparently, like back in the 80s, there was a heavy metal band. It is it's not even like, oh, they're kind of like similar. I'm like, no, it's the same freaking guitar riff. It's the same thing that the entire song is built upon.
How did it play out? Did they sue them? Or the estate?
No, no. I mean, this is where I'm going with this. Like, that I saw this on the internet, and then I looked it up, and I timestamped it. I'm like, all right, this Fish was first. I mean, Fish was like way after this. No, there's been no stink of it at all.
Well, wasn't there Coldplay and Joe Satriani?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Satriani swears he didn't steal it, but it's clearly the same. Or no, the other way around. The other way around. Coldplay,
There was Coldplay and Kraftwerk, too. You remember that?
Yeah.
Calls this number?
Yeah.
Calls this number.
Yeah.
Calls this number.
Also, going back to Ed Sheeran, he's playing the Met this summer. He's, June 2nd, I think the show is. Didn't he used to play the Link? Like, has Ed Sheeran's audience shrunk?
I don't know.
I think he is. I don't know. He's still pretty big.
Yeah, but I mean, the Met is just a theater at this point, so I'm surprised that it went from. I'm pretty sure he played the Link before, and now he's playing a theater.
Let's play a little comparison of Ed's song and Marvin Gaye's song, then we got to move along. Here we go.
I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on there.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that it came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way.
Added a show at the Met the night before.
Holy moly.
Not only
it's
the
like
link.
gone further than you thought.
Yeah.
And only because I'm here, I want to mention The Verve and Bittersweet Symphony and the Rolling Stones. That's my favorite one of those stolen songs because the Verve's career totally decimated. And then the Stones 20 years later were like, man, you can have the money back.
Really?
Do you guys remember that
Wait
one?
a second. The Rolling Stones gave the money back?
Yeah, but 20 years later, after the Verve had no career.
Verve.
The Verve, thank you.
The verb.
Yeah.
Not the verb.
Verb. I always confuse the verve and the verb.
We're going to
type.
adverb. So what happened was they'd sampled that Bittersweet Symphony for theirs. Well, but it's actually the basis of their song.
Yeah.
And they generated no money, the verve from the profit. So I never heard the second part though about the Rolling Stones giving the money back.
All right. Let me see a couple other things here.
Sorry, you said it, bro.
Couple.
Okay. So
What do you want from me?
I don't know. I'm trying to move the goddamn show forward. Okay, that's all.
All right.
Are you saying that sound clip is ruining the show?
Can I? I think someone might have had a soda before the show.
I think so. All right. So Lisa Vanderpump.
I think you guys can all kiss my ass.
is
All right.
All right.
I'm just glad I'm not part of it. I'm neutral on this one, guys.
Lisa Vanderpump is closing her famed West Hollywood. I'm just going to keep going.
Keep going. Don't stop.
Her famed West Hollywood restaurant for good.
It's like driving a car in Manhattan. Don't
Told
stop.
E! News Thursday that it's with heavy hearts that we announce that the lease at Pump Restaurant is expiring, and we will be closing its doors on July 5th after 10 years of beautiful evenings under our olive trees.
There's so much about this whole show and this thing that I don't know. I know that I don't like her. Pump, never heard of it.
Apparently, Vanderpump's landlord is jacking up the rent to $1 million a year.
Whoa!
I don't know what that's all about. Okay. Kevin Hart shared an update on Jamie Foxx's condition yesterday or on Wednesday. He said that, well, you know what? Do we have that clip? We were supposed to have it yesterday.
We do.
And where are the pictures
supposed
I was supposed to see? Marissa, did that get over? Yes.
Yes, right here.
All right, here we go.
The dope thing is that he's getting better in his situation, and everybody's prayers, everybody's love, energy, all that stuff is seen and felt. You know, you just want the guy to get out of the situations and then get back home. To my knowledge, there is a lot of progression in the world of better, man.
And he said, I don't know the details or the exact details about what's going on, so who knows?
I've never seen a story like this attached to a celebrity of his level where the information didn't leak out.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yep. So, speaking of people being ill, Christina Applegate said that the network executives at ABC were, quote, not very sympathetic or empathetic human beings when she was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2009.
Jeez.
She told Vanity Fair that she returned to the set of Samantha Who only 2 weeks after reconstruction surgery and added, I don't feel like I could have, I didn't feel like I could have that voice to be like, you know what? It's only been 2 weeks and I'm in a lot of pain and maybe we should just let me have a second here.
Uh-huh.
So apparently they kind of rushed her back to work.
That sucks.
And
Man, she's been dealt a lot of bad cards.
Yes, she has. And so MS is what she's
dealing with it now.
And it's really causing some serious problems for her. Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers are planning to help the crews of their late night shows if the writer's strike continues. And sources say that NBC is paying staffers through the end of next week, and Fallon and Meyers will then pay employees for the third week if that does indeed happen.
Do you remember Leno did that years ago? I think it was during the last writer's strike. He took a big hit.
Yeah. And he was really generous to all of his employees.
Yep. Speaking of the strike, Drew Barrymore will not host the upcoming MTV Movie and TV Awards show with solidarity with the striking members of the Writers Guild of America.
In solidarity.
She explained her decision in a statement to Deadline saying, I have listened to the writers, and in order to truly respect them, I will pivot from hosting the MTV Movie and TV Awards live in solidarity with the strike. Everything we celebrate and honor about movies and television is born out of their creation, and until a solution is reached, I am choosing to wait. But I'll be watching from home and hope that you will join me. The show is set to air Sunday, May 7th, by the way.
We used to watch that show, that award show, fairly frequently and report on it, and I haven't seen it in years.
On the MTV?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It's off the radar.
Jennifer Coolidge will miss out on her SNL hosting debut in the wake of the writer's strike as well. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Succession's Kieran Culkin was booked as host for the May 13th episode, and the White Lotus star was set for the season finale, so they're kind of up in the air.
Pete Davidson as well.
Yeah. Also, Brad Pitt will get in the cockpit of a real Formula One race car for his upcoming film on the International Racing League. According to Variety.
Is he actually going to drive or is he just going to sit there?
I don't know. They haven't said that, but...
vroom, vroom. Hey, get out of my way. I'm Joe Fast.
Director Joseph Kaczynski and producer Jerry Bruckheimer, according to them, Pitt will be driving an F1 car from Silverstone to the end of this year. Silverstone is a track where the British Grand Prix takes place.
And what's Coldstone?
By the way, that's a place that has lovely ice cream treats.
That's why they chased me out of there at my race car. One thing I have to say is that if you think about celebrities throughout the years who have actually gone in whole on racing, remember Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Paul Newman?
Yeah.
They used to actually competitively race.
Frankie Muniz.
Yes.
Yeah, there's been a few of them. Trying to remember who it was who got into an accident and then kind of left that. I don't remember.
Susan Boyle.
No, it was Susan Boyle. There you go. Thank you for
I
remembering.
think maybe Jason Priestley.
Jason Priestley. Yep, he was one as well.
Yes.
Yep. All right, movies opening today for your weekend viewing pleasure. All right, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 opens this weekend. Sci-fi adventure comedy starring, of course, Chris Pratt, Zoe Saldana, Bradley Cooper, and others. In Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, our beloved band of misfits are looking a bit different these days. Peter Quill, still reeling from the loss of Gamora, must rally his team around him to defend the universe along with protecting one of their own. A mission that, if not completed successfully, could quite possibly lead to the end of the Guardians as we know them. 2.5 hours long. It's rated PG-13. Wide theater release, and Rotten Tomato score gives it an 80%.
So a satisfying wrap-up, you said, Case, right?
I think so.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Also opening this weekend is Love Again. It's a romantic comedy. It stars Priyanka Chopra Jonas, Sam Huygens, and Celine Dion.
How about that? As herself.
Dealing with the loss of her fiance, Mira Ray sends a series of romantic texts to his old cell phone number, not realizing the number was reassigned to Rob Burns' new work phone. A journalist, Rob is captivated by the honesty and the beautifully confessional texts. When he's assigned to write a profile of megastar Celine Dion playing herself in her first film role, he enlists her help into figuring out how to meet Mira in person and win her heart. Hour and 44 minutes long, wide theater release. There's no score available for Rotten Tomatoes right now. And then finally, What's Love Got to Do With It opens. It's a romance and comedy. It stars Lily James, Sajad Latif, and Emma Thompson. For documentary maker and dating app addict Zoe, swiping right has only delivered an endless stream of Mr. Wrongs to her eccentric mother, Kath's dismay. For Zoe's childhood friend and neighbor Kaz, the answer is to follow his parents' example and opt for an arranged marriage to a bright and beautiful bride from Pakistan. As Zoe films his hopeful journey from London to Lahore, to marry a stranger, chosen by his parents, she begins to wonder if she might have something to learn from a profoundly different approach to finding love. It's an hour and a half long, PG-13, wide release in theaters.
Want me to tell you how it ends?
And the Rotten Tomato score is 69%. How does it end?
She falls in love with him, and they realize that they should be together before the prearranged marriage. You can just tell. You can tell by the trailer.
All right, and we are now ready for the clips. Ed Sheeran's new documentary, The Sum of It All, shows a glimpse of the superstar's personal journey. And in this clip, he sweetly shares his greatest achievement.
Greatest achievement I've made is starting a family, having love in my life. I know so many people that have so many things that have filled up their house, or like they have lots of money, or they've had lots of success, but they're lonely and they wish for that.
Ed Sheeran, Some of It All is available now on Disney+. You know what I loved him in? Was Yesterday.
It's great.
That movie is great, and he's awesome in it.
And
He's a lot
who's
of
in
fun.
that movie? Lily James.
Correct, yeah. Next clip, here we go. The third and final volume of Guardians of the Galaxy is finally upon us, and here director James Gunn talks about the evolution of one of his favorite characters.
Greatest achievement.
Ah, okay. All right, here we go.
You know, unlike, original Groot, who was sort of unsocialized, he was much more of treated like an animal for much of his life. This Groot was treated as part of a family, and he has a bunch of fathers and mothers that have raised him.
Shut up, dummy.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is in theaters today.
That was James Gunn?
Yes, James Gunn.
I don't think I've ever heard him speak before.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
All right.
I've enjoyed so much of his work, and yet I've never heard his voice.
All right, gang, that's it. We have a lot on today's program to get to. First and foremost, I will tell you about Concert Cash. We're less than an hour away from that, so $1,000 MMRBQ tickets. Hang out for that. At some point this morning, we will be giving away a Keenan's Cut the Line package. All right, it's a VIP package, and we gave these away the past couple of years. So when I tell you to, you'll call in, and you may win, not right now, Cut the Line passes for you and 3 guests at our Memorial Day weekend kickoff broadcast at Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood, Friday, May 26th, plus a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light for your beach house as well, and that's from Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. So some point today we'll give that away.
That is a coveted situation to win because you know how early people get there to get good seating, so that's terrific.
And we also have our friends at Primo stopping by today. Primo Hoagies. Today is National Hoagie Day, and Primo Hoagies is celebrating with $6.99 Primo size Italian turkey and cheese or ham and cheese hoagies all day for rewards members. So you want to go to primohoagies.com to get the details. Can I give away a $50 gift card?
Let's wait on that until it gets.
Okay, we're not going to do that right now. But I will give away something else right now, and that is a pair of tickets for the Golden Gloves National Championships at Harrah's. It's May 8th to the 13th. And we'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. You can visit PAGoldenGloves.com for tickets. It's sponsored by United Association and Sprinkler Fitters 669 and 692. And by the way, Buster Douglas and Michael Spinks are going to be on our show on Monday morning. They're stopping by here. So caller number 8 will set you up with that, 215-263-WMMR. Let's take a break. We have Harland Williams stopping by this morning, too. So there's a lot. Big, chunky, no sad bro Friday. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. And MMR is early.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God. Yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is, if you're driving, is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah, well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it, which is terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God. Yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has
And
renewed.
now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jim Iglesiasky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh, my God.
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Jean Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the front of it?
Gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list.
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
Two Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was a part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, you have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, like, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
How?
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
You can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting.
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Out of the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have
stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her?
Yes, she's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
2 different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody can handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, if 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro.
Casey and Kyle and Zach with our No Sad Bro jingle now, which they made earlier this week.
I love it.
It makes me feel good.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling. Casey, I'm going to ask you this later on if we do the, because the text came in, but if we do the Connoisseur today, this says, has Casey Boy checked out Relish, the new hot dog burger?
Are you kidding me?
Of McDade Boulevard. I need to know what he thinks. I'm a hot dog loving man.
Okay. Let me just show you something.
Can we cover that a little later on?
We can cover it a little bit later on, but
here's a preview.
That's where I was for dinner last night.
Oh my God. He's got a
That's where
picture
you
of the
went?
place.
Oh my God. Of course you did.
We'll cover that later on. Nick, you wanted to mention something.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Rob Mesticelli and the crew over at 3D Collision Center and Bodyworks in Wayne, PA. I got a little fender bender like a month or so ago. Finally got the car into the shop, and Rob and everybody at that shop listens to the show, loves
3D?
the station. Yeah, it's 3D. It's right on Lancaster Avenue in Wayne, and nicest guys. Sometimes these things can be a giant pain in the ass, and they made everything seamless. So thanks so much to Rob and the entire crew over there.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening. Give him a shark.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm
little
so...
Sharty shart for you guys.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Boston in town this weekend.
A little too much.
Yeah. So we got the Sixers and Celtics. We got the Phils and the Sacks. As I once heard a Boston fan scream nonstop. I went to a game in Baltimore to see the Orioles when Cal Ripken was playing. It was his last season. I want to see him play, and they were playing the Red Sox, and the guy sitting behind me was from Boston, and the whole gang, come on, Sox. Let's go, Sox. And I just, at that point, I realized he ruined the Boston accent for me.
Ruined it. Yes.
You killed it.
It can be grating.
Yes.
If it's depending on who's using it. There are times when I do like it, but when it's in the mouth of the wrong person,
right,
it's deadly.
Like I love Good Will Hunting.
Yes.
And I love the accents in that. And those guys are legit Boston guys, except for Robin Williams. But he pulls off the accent well.
Right.
And then it's kind of appealing, I think. But other times, shut up
with your sax.
Like this weekend.
There was a commercial a few years ago in the Super Bowl, and it was John Krasinski, Chris Evans, Rachel Dratch, and that was really funny. And they all played up their Boston accents, but I thought that was really well done.
Talk the car, and all that. And Casey brought this up the other day. So what was your?
You know what? It was on Twitter.
Okay.
It might have been a Philly Inquirer writer or something along those lines. It ended up on my Twitter feed because the standard, if you're going to, do the Boston accent is pack the car and have it yad.
Right.
And so this person on Twitter, and I'll have to find it so I can give them credit, but they were like, what is the Philadelphia equivalent of pack the car and have it yad?
Of that phrase. That also highlights our dialect.
Yeah.
Right. So
it would have to have the word wooder in it.
Wooder would have to be.
But the thing about pack the car and have it yad is it that all rhymes. I don't think we have one that
park the wooder by the birder.
You get like wooder and home and
it won't,
phone.
It doesn't lend itself to it.
No.
Yeah, those are not.
But if you would like to include all of our pronunciation foibles, if you wanted to call it that, wooder and Acme.
Oh yeah.
Saturday.
Does John make its way in there?
No, because that's its own word.
That's a slang word.
That's a slang word.
It's not the accent.
Yeah.
What was one you just said just a second ago?
Like home or phone.
Home or phone.
Definitely.
Those would all have to be included.
Home, phone.
You know, also,
Monday.
You know, also has that home and phone pronunciation is Baltimore.
I was going to say North Carolina.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So my friend Adam, who actually lives here now, he does. He has. It's like a home thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I
that
haven't.
comes with this as well. Like that.
I was gonna say maybe I haven't noticed because it's similar to ours. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I don't know. Like I have family in Baltimore. I don't notice that they have an accent. But is it because it's the same as ours?
If you see the movie Hairspray, they play on that a lot.
Yeah.
You out having drinks some rum and cokes with all those people, so remember that line?
No.
Oh, Tracy Turnblad, you're gonna have me out having rum and cokes with them.
I do know.
So they have a similar pronunciation, but we're getting some suggestions, I believe, 215-263-WMMR of what might be a standard Philadelphia accent phrase. You know who had a good one was Kate Flannery.
Yes.
She would say something. Yeah, I can take my daughter to gymnastics.
My daughter, yeah.
To gymnastics instead of gymnastics. Yeah, daughter.
Like
daughter.
People say that that we say Philadelphia like all mush mouth as well.
Philadelphia.
Fluffia.
Fluffia. Yeah.
And also Philly becomes a W instead of 2 L's.
I know. I've gotten made fun of for that.
For college?
Yeah, college,
Philly.
Yeah.
Philly. Let me go to some calls. Hang on a second. I have Mike, who actually lives in Boston. He wants to talk about Boston real quick here.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike. What's up, bud?
Gadzooks. It's Mike
Gadzooks.
from Boston.
Yeah. By the way,
That's a great campaign.
I love that campaign. I think that's clever as hell. Sam Adams, right? I think he does that. All right. What's up, Mike?
So the entire Bruins first round playoff run, I couldn't even go out to a bar or restaurant just because you think the accent's bad, like in general. Wait until they start drinking, which is a lot.
Okay, so it amplifies it?
Oh my God! And it's just shouted, but instead of being in a ballpark where it kind of dissipates, you're in a small enclosed bar.
You just wanted it can be grating. Again, there are times when I enjoy it and it's kind of fun and has a good neighborhood kind of thing, but maybe on a raging drunk, not so much.
Yeah, and I can't order a glass of water without having to be asked 5 times what I'm asking.
Oh, really? What you're asking for? Yeah.
Nice. I can even see that.
All right, Mike. Do you live in Boston currently?
I do, yes.
Are you calling from there now?
I work in New Hampshire, so I'm calling from my way up north.
Okay.
All right, cool, man. We appreciate it. All right, thanks, Mike. Have a good weekend.
Setting around.
Bud.
All right, see you, bud. All right. Let me go to, Maria. Hi, Maria. Good morning. Hello. What's up, Maria?
I cannot. I'm from North Jersey. We have our own accent, but I went to Penn State and got all the Pennsylvania accents, and now I live here. Cannot stand how you guys say bagel.
Bagel. Yeah, it's bagel.
Yeah.
It is bagels, long A.
I've heard.
We live here now, and so my daughter will be like, "Hey, Mom, can you get some bagels?" I'm like, "Stop it!"
I know.
Wait. The way you're saying it sounds weird to me.
Bagel.
She's saying bagel.
She's saying that's how Pennsylvania say it.
You guys say it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not how I say it, but I think maybe
A lot of people do.
People who,
I've heard it.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I didn't know the way I didn't know I had an accent for the longest time, and then my ex-girlfriend, she's from North Jersey, and I was up hanging out with her and her friends, and they were having a field day with the way I was saying phone and home, and I was like, how am I saying it? Because the way you're saying it sounds like exactly the way I'm saying. I'm like, phone, like phone. I'm saying it like the way you're saying
And by the way, when you're with someone, you'll see sometimes people act like, "Oh my God!" like your head's glowing. It's like I just have a dialect.
Yeah.
It's just with that, I guess you had a little bit of a W in the low in the long O sound instead of O. It's O.
But it's weird because the way they were saying it, I was like, that's what I feel like I'm saying.
I'm going to kill you all.
I guess it wouldn't be a W because your O already has a W in it, but
I don't sense a lot of issues with you. I don't. We've talked about it. I mean, you have to be the goal in broadcasting is to be fairly antiseptic, hard to detect.
But of everybody on the show, Casey has the most distinct accent.
Yeah.
Right. And you guys, Preston and Steve, didn't grow up here, so you don't really have accents at all, and they're much more neutral.
Have you ever seen accents when they're written out phonetically?
Yes.
When they're written out, then you can get it.
Absolutely.
Then you're like, oh, that's, I can't quite put my finger on how that's pronounced. But when you see there are language experts and dialect experts, and they write it out phonetically for you, and you're like, oh, that's how we pronounce it.
There was an acting book, like a guide from years ago, Preston, but this was years ago. We had it in our house, and it was like a standard textbook that had been passed down through the family, had a whole bunch of old books. If you were to look at that thing now, it's the most racist because it's and just stereotyped like how to be, how to be this ethnicity, how to be, and with it written out, it just looks horrible. But yes, when you actually see it phonetically written out, you're like, oh, I get it now.
Yeah. So I wanted to give the guy credit where I got this
Conversation
topic from, and so the guy's name is Drew Lazor. Lazor. He is, he's a freelance writer, and so he said, I don't know if there's a keystone phrase for the Philly accent, a la Pak de Khan Harvard Yard, but he says, I just overheard a mom say, yeah, his top teeth are coming in. And it felt
Teeth
like
with F's?
Well, no, actually, it's a TH. But his top teeth are coming in, and I felt like getting slapped across the face with a hoagie, like when he heard that. So
that doesn't seem so bad, right?
No, but I guess it was the way she said it with her accent that sounded like the Pact can't have it yet.
Stacy has a potential phrase to represent Philadelphia's accent. Hi, Stacy. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Stacy?
So I kind of lost a little bit of my accent, and my youngest daughter makes fun of the way I say. Well, I used to say daughter. Now I kind of change it because of her. So I put together all the words that she makes fun of me. So the sentence came out to be, hey, you guys, I'm going to give my daughter a quarter to get some water.
Okay.
Okay, so it'd be daughter, a quarter.
Use
guys.
Hey, use guys. I'm going to give my daughter a quarter for some water. Okay, I like that.
It can be a little more arch, though, on the water.
Water.
Well, yeah, she says she doesn't really have an accent anymore.
So give my daughter.
Yeah, we need
quarter.
somebody who has that natural.
To be
I grew up there all my life, and then I guess because I've been out for so long that I kind of lost a little bit of it. But
you know what I find, Stacey, and in general, I think if you talk about accents and dialects that can hang on, that seem to survive even being in another part of the country or another country, Bostonian accent holds on.
Yeah.
Southern accents will hold on.
Yeah.
But some of them will. But
I lost mine. I had a Southern accent when I was a kid.
How profound was it?
It was pretty strong. They made fun of me a little bit because I lived in South Carolina for 4 years, and I was in like second, third, fourth grade, somewhere in that range. So I was I was still forming my speaking, my way of speaking, and so and my parents have a Southern accent. So it was fairly significant, but it only lasted a couple of years because we had moved to the Midwest when I was going into sixth grade. And so I was still developing, and I just picked it up from everybody else.
Right.
I stopped talking like that eventually, and it wasn't conscious. I just did it.
We have audio of you as a kid.
I done pass a miss a lie.
Yeah, I can see that. I can hear that.
I had a little bit of an impediment as well.
We actually couldn't understand anything you said.
yes.
That's weird.
Jigsaw.
I love when my New York family makes fun of the Philly accent. I'm like, you guys sound worse than we do. Shut the hell up.
Hold my beer.
There was an SNL bit on that
was
with
there?
Tina Fey.
Yeah.
And it was the ladies from New York who were talking about her exotic accent, and she was throwing out all the Philly tropes. But the New Yorkers found it. Oh my God!
Long Island is Are you kidding me? What happened to your underwears? Yeah, there's a classic. You'll hear it all the time, and it's actually similar. I've said this many times before, with a Philadelphian accent at certain areas. Long Island seems very similar to that. Would you agree, Kathy?
What, that they're stronger?
They're kind of like,
yeah. That's what. And listen, when like my cousin's kids, whenever I go to see them, they're like, say spoon, say home, and I amp it up for them. But I'm like, you're gonna end up with a worse accent than me.
One of them is, what are you, stupid?
It's wild when someone is speaking English to you and you can't understand.
You don't understand them.
Yeah. And even though I remember in Ireland one time we were there.
Oh, my God.
I think it was the first trip we took to Ireland. This guy's talking to me, and I'm going, I had to have him repeat himself 4 times. I did not know what he was speaking English to me. I did not know what he was saying.
Ray Cooter.
Yeah. Okay. Now that part I got. Yeah. But I mean, he's like, what
do you say?
I apologized over and over. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what you're saying.
You're wonderful people in a great country, but you sound horrible.
I want to go to Jerry. Hi there, Jerry.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Great. What's up, Jer?
So I used to get my chops busted by all these guys out in the Midwest, and I used to say to them, look, I'll set it up right now. The water on the roof flows into the creek.
That's a good.
The water on the roof flows into the crick. I like it.
That's
And
pretty
that
good.
That would cure all the valves in 1 second.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Boom.
The water on the roof.
You
on
need
the roof.
Rough.
You need the O sound though. I feel like
Yeah, you need more O's in
you
there.
need an O in there, like the phone, or like if you're talking about a roof.
Could you start it with hold the phone?
Yeah.
The water on the roof flows into the creek.
I like that.
All right.
I know, but I feel like
Hold the phone.
we're,
The water on the roof flows into the crick.
we're missing Mike
Thanks,
on his
Sherry.
bike.
See, that's a whole nother cluster. That's right.
So my wife's parents are in town right now, and my mother-in-law has a very so St. Louis has a couple of weird isms like Philly does as well, like the or sound. If you're saying something that is or, it actually comes out as R. So if you're saying 40, the big joke is it comes out as farty.
Yeah.
And there's a highway in St. Louis called 44, and really local yokels call it farty far.
So that has
I
sort
kid
of
you not.
That has sort of a Celtic.
Yeah. But without the other stuff that surrounds it.
right.
And also there's another one like she says warsh.
Yes.
A lot instead of wash.
Does it flip the other way?
Warsh.
You see, I just cut a fort.
No, it
No.
doesn't, but it should.
Yeah.
You would think so.
My third grade teacher would say wash, like Washington.
Oh, God, yeah.
And she would also say like Swarthmore as well. and it's
but not even
Swarthmore.
like warsh. It's like warsh. Like
Warsh.
you're wearing a warsh hat.
You'll get that up in New York as well. You'll get that like Queens and it didn't come out in the Warsh.
Yeah.
What if we had, instead of just one phrase, it was a call and response phrase, almost like we were spies.
Ooh, okay.
You know? And you
All
say,
right.
okay, so what was that guy's phrase about the roof, the water on the roof?
Hold the phone.
The water on the roof
flows into the
flows
creek.
into the crick. And you say that to somebody and they go, because the phone, I lost my phone.
Maybe we have a response here with Steve on the line. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, bud. All right, so what is your Philly phrase?
On Monday, my cousin spilled his water in front of his home.
Okay, and then you.
So that would be on Monday, my cousin spilled his water in front of his home.
Spilt. Yes. Spilt his water on his phone.
On his phone. So that's the answer to hold the phone. The water on the roof flows into the crick.
Flows into the
on
crick.
Monday, my cousin spilled his water in front of his home.
The one thing we're losing is the moik.
Oh, my cousin Mike.
My cousin Mike spilled his water, and you can't say in front of his home. You have to say in front of his home.
In front of his home.
Yeah. In front of his home.
I love the
Like
spilt.
instead of down the shore, it's down ashore.
Down ashore, yeah.
And you know what you could do is you could start off by saying yo.
Yo.
Ever had a jerk mate?
My wife and I are both from Philly, but neither one of us have a really thick accent, except I say I sleep on a pillow all the time.
Yeah, a pillow.
Whenever I do the Philly accent, her blood curdles.
Yeah, well, my wife has held on to her Long Island accent.
Yeah, Claire's got the
it's-
accent.
She's got it, yeah.
So, and I don't know if this is just my mom being my mom or if my mom being from West Philly, but she calls it a pocketbook.
Pocketbook.
Yes.
Pocketbook, and also she eats coleslaw.
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 Yes.
Not coleslaw, but coleslaw.
My friend Lori says pocketbook.
She does.
As well. I never really noticed that until you
Really?
just said that.
She's kind of young for pocketbook.
No, that's what she says. Pocketbook.
Casey, if it's at a point in the evening where you're asking if people have had their meal yet, do you say jeet?
Jeet yet?
Jeet.
Jeet yet? You know, so here's the deal.
Is that one of your dolls, Kathy?
That's Jottin and Keaton.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I don't know because
My uncle
feel
does.
like he does.
My uncle
Okay.
Michael says jeet and then jeet yet.
That'd be a great pet name. That'd be a great dog name. Jeet.
Jeet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Let me see. More calls coming in. Let me go to Johnny. We're looking for a Philly phrase. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, I'm not born in Philly, but I been living here a long time, so my ear is fine tuned to it. And I was at John's Roast Pork in South Philly one day, and there was this real South Philly lady there, and she interrupted me while I was ordering to ask the guy behind the counter, "You've got Milanos?"
You've got Milanos?
You've got Milanos?
I love the
that.
fact that she interrupted you in the middle of your order.
That's maybe one of the most concise examples of the accent. You've got Milanos?
Milanos.
I love that.
Did they? And by the way, did they have Milanos, Johnny?
They did. They did.
All right. Awesome. I love it. Thank you for the call.
Was it Pepperidge Farm Milanos or was it a different kind of Milanos?
they're good.
I don't know.
Oh.
I do like. That's what I was thinking of. The cookies.
I love those, by the way.
Milanos are
They're
fantastic.
probably my
You have
favorite.
a favorite type of Milano? Because there are several.
The dark chocolate one.
There's double chocolate. There's
Double dark chocolate.
and then there's also mint Milanos. And those are my personal faves.
Those are your
the-
favorite Milanos?
Mayonnaise, yeah.
Those are new, though, right?
No, they've been around since
mint Milanos?
Yeah, since we were kids.
Really?
Since we was kids.
And they're healthy for you. If you eat them, you'll lose weight.
We couldn't afford the Pepperidge Farm cookies when I was a kid.
Did you get like the faux Pepperidge Farm?
No, because here's the deal. Like, they're delicious.
Pepperidge Farm.
We've been making Poopage Farm half as long as Pepperidge Farm.
No, there were there weren't enough of them. My weird family of 6. It's a tiny little. It's one sleeve of cookies.
Power
You don't get
through
much.
that,
Yeah.
I used to love the, not to go off on a tangent here, but the classic Devil's Food Pepperidge Farm cake, Preston.
Oh yeah,
Phenomenal.
no, I'm a fan of Pepperidge Farm all the way around.
Pepperidge Farm.
Pepperidge
Make
Farm.
that-
Buzz.
Case the Pepperidge Farm Milano cookies were like that was like the treat. We're like, oh, Mom got the Pepperidge Farm this week at the
Guaranteed to
grocery
make you
store.
shoot. Yeah,
There's another one. Oh my God, what are we talking about here?
Chessmen?
No, I do like chessmen.
Treat
Those
too.
are kind of your standard shortbread cookies.
Chessmen are good.
They're round. They're kind of like Milano, and they're a sandwich cookie.
I'm with
Yes.
that.
They're crunchy.
Yeah. With a little bit of
Yes.
chocolate in it.
Yes.
Yes.
Those are some concentrated badass flavored
Those are
cookies.
Christmas ones, though, right? Like when you get a tin of
No.
Christmas cookies.
They're
that's
year
always-
round.
What are they called?
I don't know. Keep looking.
All right,
Those
keep looking.
suckers are good.
We need to know.
Oh, man.
Find the whole Pepperidge Farm cookie line.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
I'll do that. By the way, we used to play chess with the chessmen. Like we'd literally set those guys on the board, and when you would take a piece, you get to eat it.
Nick, we used to play Stratego with pork chops.
All right.
Yes.
That's weird. Different, but good.
Hey, you're from a different
Yeah.
part of the country.
Right.
All right, hang on. I'm going to go back to the accent thing while Nick is looking up the cookie.
Brussels.
Brussels!
Love Brussels.
So they're all named after areas, right? Because my mom loves the Nantucket.
And there's Tahoes. I didn't know that.
There's a Montauk cookie.
Wait, so they're all
What, is Milano a place?
Milano? Is
Yes.
Yeah, Milano.
Oh, like
Italy.
Milan.
Italy.
Milan.
I never put two and two together
Casey,
there.
Yeah.
I was today years old when I figured that out.
That's crazy.
You guys
okay.
have been to Chessman, Pennsylvania, right?
All right, hang on. We have Sarah on the line. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning. What's up, Sarah?
So I wanted to share a funny story. My fiance grew up in Kensington, and I grew up in Yardley. So there was a lot of miscommunications when we first got together. But we went on a trip to a festival in Ohio. We met some guys from Canada, told them we were from Philly, and they were confused because they didn't understand where Foley was.
Foley?
What?
And the funny thing is, my fiance thinks he doesn't have an accent, so we had to kind of break it down for them. But that was a learning moment for him.
Hey, Sarah, have you ever recorded him saying it? Sometimes it's weird because people don't hear how they sound. And if you record it and play it back to them, it's kind of a revelation. Have you ever tried something like that?
I haven't, but that's a good thought.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it, Sarah. You know who does a great, and he's from Philly, but he really plays it up, is Craig Shoemaker.
Yeah.
If he goes into the Philly thing, he nails it. And it's just he accentuates
got it,
everything.
yeah.
Marissa found some suggestions from our texts for a potential Philadelphia phrase, like, because it's a big Boston weekend. And by the way, with all these Boston teams in town, we're having an Aerosmith weekend here.
Oh, that's
in Ann
right.
Arbor. A Boston band.
Do you know what's the problem here right now, Preston? I can't stop thinking about Brussels.
I know.
I know.
I think that was my favorite moment when we all yelled Brussels. Brussels!
Shows wouldn't carry those.
Here are
would
the,
they?
here, are the here are the suggestions. Grab a hoagie at the water park down the shore.
Down the
Not
shore.
bad.
That's pretty
Not
good.
bad at
like
all.
that.
Down the shore. Open the window.
Oh, I forgot about Winda.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Eagles. I'm still a fan of you, Scott Milano's.
Yes.
All right, here's another one. Gonna crush some Wooders and hoagie in front of the K-Lot at the link.
In front of a.
In front of the.
What was
In
it?
front of-
Brad Pitt when he was promoting World War Z to
I
kind of
just- I
suck
just-
up to the audience. I just crushed a hoagie.
No,
No,
it's a
cheesesteak.
Oh, okay.
Crushed the no, you didn't.
Here's another one. Got to go pick up a wooded Oh, I don't even know what this is. Oh, a wooded bottle and a hoagie from Wawa on the way.
On a way.
Oh, it's supposed to be water.
Water bottle.
Yeah. Pick up a water bottle. Okay. Because this is written phonetically. I need a Wawa hoagie and a water ice from Acme. Okay.
All right.
Well, you wouldn't. Okay, I got it.
Here's another one. Why don't you just go ride your bikes down to Wawa and get a hoagie? So these are
Wawa figures prominently.
Yep. On Monday, my cousin spilt his water in front of his home. That's kind of what the guy was playing off.
Monday and spilt.
And cousin.
Yeah.
Spilt.
Moik.
All right. Interesting. But nothing just screams yeah. You know what I mean? Like park the car and have it yet.
Yeah.
So how do you, besides that, how do you think the games will break tonight?
I don't like doing this. Here's the deal. I knew in my heart, and it hurt, but I knew that they were going to get spanked.
Yeah, I heard some people mention
yeah.
Game two?
I just listen, and we're not a sports talk station.
Yeah.
The Celtics are a really good team. So are the Sixers. Here's the deal. I don't, anybody could win this series, and anybody could win tonight. It's just whose shots go in. It's just going to be as simple as that. Like, whose shots are going to go in. And so
if you're in the building tonight, they're going to give Joel the MVP award.
Yeah.
The commissioner's going to be there. South Philly's going to be rocking tonight. And I'm jealous of you if you're going to the game because it's going to be a really cool environment.
Should you park here at One Bala?
Yeah, seriously.
Mass transit or don't go.
Oh, my God.
Yesterday, last night's traffic was terrible. Just throughout the area. It was so bad. And tonight, with both of those games taking place,
it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be another crazy night.
All right, I want to go to one last call, and we got to take a break because we need to stay on time for Concert Cash. This is Dave. I don't really understand this, so I want to go to Dave. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
Good.
I work for the city, so I hear all different variations. And my wife is from Canada, so it brings out the accent.
All right.
My favorite is, yo, you guys, that ain't right. I'm going down to shore and all.
I'm going down to shore and all.
Guys,
I like that.
That ain't right. Yeah.
All right, it says jerk off here on my screen.
Yo, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Yeah.
Julie, jerk off.
Yo, why you got to be a jerk off and all?
And all.
Why you got to be a jerk off and all?
Yeah. Oh,
That's
my God.
perfect.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I love it, Dave. All right, thanks for the call, brother.
Yep.
And I apologize to those who we didn't get a chance to get to. Dan said, can I get a quarter foot of water for a soda water?
That's not bad at all.
A quarter for a quarter soda water. And then thank you also to everybody else who's been on hold. Morgan, sorry we didn't get to you. The phrase needs to include the O sound in home and phone, et cetera, and we tried to put that in there.
You know, calling someone a jerk off is that's fallen out of favor, but I love that application of you jerk off.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do in honor of this weekend. We have 80 for Brady on Blu-ray. I'm ripping these up and throwing these away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Boom. Done. And we're going to give this away instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about tickets to see Bert Kreischer?
There you go.
Wednesday, November 29th at Wells Fargo Center. How about that? Let's take caller number. What's a Philly sounding number? Is there a number? I don't think so.
Farty.
No. We'll take caller number 19. Let's just get a number. We got it. We have to break. 19-215-263 WMMR, and we will set you up. By the way, that show is Wednesday, November 29th, Wells Fargo Center. It's the Bert Kreischer Tops Off World Tour. Tickets go on sale today at 9 a.m. WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. Complete details are on WMMR.com. You want to check that out.
Nice.
Caller number 19. We'll give you those tickets. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And it's just like, cry like a bitch. Just screaming. And I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming. And I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
That was
you,
so funny.
you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it. And then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me. A chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal. Your excitement for it is so infectious, and now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system, and it is you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is. The 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal, too, because it really, really satisfies me because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man. First of all,
you get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed,
right?
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and Calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do this scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him. He was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti that. Come in there and tell him, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off, and you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it, and then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Well,
it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There are some, and there have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like it's
one of the best thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master. Right. You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show. Right. Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Mack's Amateur Hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up, there was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's like, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood. I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right. Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding, and they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home, and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was. Yeah. Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity. Right. You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage. Right. You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't. Yeah. It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them. Right. But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good. Yeah. And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
Here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word is event, E-V-E-N-T. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. You can do it through the contest page, WMMR.com. You can also do it through the MMR app or text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And for MMRBQ details, text the word finally to 39333. We'll send you a link to the information. Sponsored by Meineke. So the word again is event, E-V-E-N-T. Let's take a look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on so far this morning?
295 southbound is stopped between Route 30 and the 42 freeway. It's because of an accident on the northbound side at 42. The accident cleared, but you are jammed back to 47. So both directions on 295 affected this morning. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. 42 north slows from 41 to 295. The accident on 26th Street still there. Southbound, you're jammed from the Schuylkill to Penrose Avenue, but it's in the right lane, so you can pass by at Schuylkill Expressway. Eastbound is backing up now from 202 into Gulf Mills, the Blue Route to Conshohocken, Montgomery to the Vine. On the westbound side, you're jammed Vare Avenue to South Street. And then from Gladwin out to Conshohocken, that's an accident off to the shoulder. 95 southbound heavy from Cottman through to Bridge. On the Blue Route, northbound volume building 95 to Baltimore Pike, southbound Ridge Pike to the Schuylkill Expressway. This traffic report brought to you by Acme. Hey, it's me, food from When the Pros at Acme hand me off to when I'm cleared from your plate. We go through a lot together. I'll keep showing up fresh. Sincerely food, sincerely Acme. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you wanted to mention something?
Yes, please. It's tonight. So April 25th, Mary Kate and Eric Snyderman, they suffered a house fire. The family's kind of out of a house right now because it was a pretty bad fire. They lost virtually everything. So there's an event tonight for them at Graham's Pub, which is on Ridge in Roxborough. If you're anywhere near that area, you know where that pub is. So what's going to happen is it's a benefit. $50 gets you a wristband, and that will include domestics and wine and well drinks and all that stuff. So that's a great deal. And there's going to be all sorts of raffles and other stuff donated by local businesses. It's a great family. The whole town is kicking in because they love them and they want to help them out. So that's from 8 to 11. It's at Graham's Pub, and I'm going to come down around 8 o'clock and hang out for a little bit. So if you want to come by and say hi, I would love to see you there and support this really wonderful family.
Excellent. Now, before we ring in Friday with our Froggy song, we got an email from the gang. Brooke sent this and wanted me to mention that they're going on tour.
Yes!
Froggy, the little band, the Youngins, they're going on tour.
Wow.
And they're going to be opening for Babyface and Sorry Mom, and they'll be playing a show in Philly at Milk Boy. That's on Chestnut Street, Friday, May 19th.
Well, they needed to get of age to be able to tour, I guess, at a certain point. But we saw the side stage at the RBQ. They put on it. They had a set. It was great.
Agreed. So let's enjoy Friday together. Celebrate Friday because today is National Hoagie Day.
Yeah.
And Primo Hoagies celebrating with $6.99 Primo size Italian turkey, cheese, and ham, turkey and cheese or ham and cheese hoagies all day long. For rewards members, you can visit Hoagies, primohoagies.com for details. Caller number 11. We'll give you a $50 gift card right now for Primo Hoagies while we do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site. And they also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. A delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. All right, is messed up, man. Remains found inside a crocodile in Australia are believed to belong to a 65-year-old fisherman who went missing over the weekend.
Where the hell am I?
The remains have yet to be formally identified, but police said that the search and rescue operations for the missing man, identified as Kevin Darmody, have been discontinued. Wildlife officers caught 2 large crocodiles upstream.
Suckers are huge.
Where he was last seen during a fishing trip. The crocodiles, one was 13 and a half feet long, and the other one was 9.2 feet long. And the vast majority of attacks are carried out by crocodiles that are larger than 6 feet. Human remains were found within one of the crocodiles, though police officers believe both were involved in the incident with this guy.
So they were sharing.
Yeah, the State Emergency Services rescue helicopter had been searching for Darmody since police received reports of his disappearance on Saturday, but they found him inside of the crocodile. That is messed up.
How's he doing?
He's not so good. I think it's going to hurt for a while. Police in Moscow were sent on a frantic chase this week for a Ukrainian pigeon supposedly hell-bent on dropping explosives in the city. This is the second birds dropping explosive story we've had this week.
I am being paid by Russians.
Russian media reported that the entire squad of police officers responded on Monday after an alarmed man phoned to report a Ukrainian saboteur pigeon.
Kind of makes you appreciate our pigeons a little more, doesn't it?
The man who said he had seen the enemy bird with his own eyes claimed it was painted in the colors of the Ukrainian flag and clutching a mine in its claw.
I seen it.
Shut up. I seen it. Police searched the entire area, but they found no evidence of any mines or any. They only found ordinary pigeons milling.
Well, what about the otter with the machine gun?
Yeah, they didn't cover that guy. A 39-year-old man in Illinois was arrested last week after deputies at local sheriff's office allegedly caught him having relations with a horse.
What? No.
And you need to hear the scenario. Jack R. Blank, who allegedly did this with the same animal more than 10 times.
Oh, my God.
Was taken into custody on Friday. Now, I don't know how they knew he did it 10 times, but several deputies made
Viagra, probably.
the discovery. They made the discovery just after midnight on Friday while on patrol. Deputies
Having sex with a horse.
were conducting stationary patrols near a farm when they reportedly came across this guy. His last
Wilbur.
He plays that right after he takes the Viagra. The guy's name is Blank. That's his last name. Authorities say that Blank was standing on a 5-gallon bucket and feeding apples to the animal while simultaneously
that's how I do it.
Doing his business. His attorney reportedly requested that the judge set Blank's bond at $1,000 and contended that Blank has a heart disease and had been experiencing spells of dizziness since being incarcerated.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
So he has heart disease and he's humping horses?
Yeah, and
that could be risky.
You would think so, right? That seems like a more dangerous activity.
Bring it down a little.
Than being in jail.
How about a goat first?
But the judge sided with prosecutors, setting Blank's bond at $2,000.
Yes, that's him. That's the one.
Former San Francisco Fire Commissioner Don Carmignani, I guess is how you say his name.
Don Carmignani?
Carmignani. There's a G in there. I don't know if it's silent. Anyhow, he's facing accusations that he was behind a series of attacks on homeless people after a lawyer for a man accused of beating him reportedly said in court on Wednesday that she'd uncovered evidence suggesting that Carmignani might have attacked homeless people with bear spray, arguing her client may have been one of the victims.
That's not nice.
He grew national. This guy,
Listen, I've
Carmignani,
been sprayed with that stuff. It's not good.
drew national attention earlier this month when a homeless man with a metal rod beat him outside of a home, a case that was widely portrayed as emblematic of San Francisco's problems with violent crime and homelessness. But Garrett Doty was later arrested on numerous assault and battery charges. The defender said that Doty acted in self-defense after Carmignani had attacked him with bear spray. And they found apparently 8 police reports going back to November 2021 involving bear spray attacks on homeless people, claiming Carmignani matched the description of the attacker. 6 of the attacks reportedly occurred within 2 blocks of this guy's house.
Have you ever been sprayed with anything like pepper spray or anything of that nature?
I never have. I know I would cave in a second. That stuff, my eyes, like onions, give me trouble.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I got sprayed with
Pepper
that
spray?
stuff, it would be excruciatingly painful to me. I know it.
So the police have to train and they have to get, all that stuff.
Have you ever had it?
A little bit.
How did that happen?
I think, when I was a kid, I bought, you could buy pepper spray.
Yeah.
And I really didn't spray it on myself, but I got it on my fingers.
Steve, yes.
Did the same thing happen?
The same thing happened
Yeah.
to me.
And I rubbed my eyes with it.
I used to carry it on my keychain.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it got so old it started to like leak out or whatever.
That's
and,
what was happening.
And
Yeah.
it rubbed my eye. I also must have like put my finger in my mouth and I was like, what is that? Like that powerful pepper taste.
I kind of felt stupid bringing it up, but that's what happened.
Oh, my God. All right, and then we'll do one more story. A St. Paul high school student pistol whipped another student at school and may have accidentally shot himself after leaving. It happened.
Bring your pistol to school.
I guess it was. It seems to be that way every day these days.
This is my pistol.
It happened at St. Paul Public School for students to finish their high school diploma while earning college credits. Surveillance video showed 2 students talking in the school's entryway when one of them all of a sudden pulled out a handgun and began to strike the victim multiple times in the head. A magazine fell from the gun, and the 16-year-old suspect retrieved it from the ground, put it back in the gun, concealed the weapon, and then walked out of the building. The 18-year-old victim followed the suspect outside, but stopped when security arrived. He didn't have any visible injuries, but the suspect walked away, and a security officer saw him cross the street and heard what he thought was a gunshot. He said the suspect then walked away with a different stride as if limping.
Shot himself.
And it's possible he accidentally shot himself. They have not found anybody with a gunshot wound as of yet, but they think that maybe he accidentally did shoot himself after pistol whipping someone. So
hospitals have to report. Any medical facility has to report if someone comes in with a gunshot wound, right?
Absolutely. Yep, from what I understand. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. We are going to have a guest on later on this morning that we are excited to have back. Harland Williams is going to be here. He's just hilarious, and you've seen him in tons of movies from Dumb and Dumber to There's Something About Mary to Rocket Man.
Yes, I love Rocket Man.
A bunch of stuff. So, but he's going to be performing at Helium this weekend, so we're looking forward to talking to him around 9 o'clock. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. More stuff to give to you and to chat about. So we'll return shortly. Hang in there.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow! I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good. Oh, and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it. You have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. You know, for me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. Yeah. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right, they're celebrated after they found
Oh, yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, oh, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you...
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces,
but sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, it's I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I'd be like, "Man, you need a painting." Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you know, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Flattery. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know, it was wild. Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's
yes.
Like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, that understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, you know? And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater. And it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody like loves each other, and it's just so positive. But like, she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more. We need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist. Yeah. And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got I play the guitar for So math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless. My brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math teacher.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? I'm not knocking it. But,
right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, yeah.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. Your revelation on the show, as is Andre Braugher, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works so well?
8 seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because, we love each other, man. Yeah. And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing, I'm going to preach right now.
Yeah.
competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall,
Yeah.
it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for
Golden
Best
Globe.
Comedy Series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was, the trick was, we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. You got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
And now it is time for everyone's least favorite segment, the Connoisseur.
Oh, no. It's the segment no one likes. Connoisseur, sorry.
Yeah. Casey told us everybody hates Connoisseur recently.
That's not what I said.
So with
Most
that,
everyone.
So with that, I've decided within the Connoisseur, we're going a couple of times. We're going to play a contest because that's how you keep people around.
You got to give them things. We're going to bribe people to listen to this segment.
We're going to bribe people to listen to this horrible segment.
Why don't we throw money off the roof?
Okay, we could do that too, but I have another thing in mind, and I'll tell you what it is. But I'm just when I feel the need,
when you feel you're losing the audience,
I will throw out this little thing here in a moment. Today is Cinco de Mayo.
It is, and you have to celebrate that.
Therefore, there are some deals that you can find. Actually, most Mexican restaurants, most Latino flavored or Latino cuisine restaurants are going to have some kind of special that are going on today.
And traditionally, this celebrates the candle burning for 8 days, correct?
Yes, you do. You know how the holiday works. So here's one to pass along. Chipotle.
Yes.
Has a special. It's free delivery and buy one, get one deals. BOGO deals.
I think it'd be a little.
Is that lame?
No, I don't think it's kind of lame.
What you do? I think the buy one, get one. That's good.
Okay. All right. I heard you react like,
she's
no.
easily
That
impressed.
was him. This one over here.
Yeah.
So use the code Cinco23 on the Chipotle app or website for zero money delivery. And if you want free Cinco de Mayo food, participate in Chipotle's Partfully time to try Chipotle party.
It must be Spanish.
To receive buy one, get one codes. Visit chipotle.com/Cinco for more details. And so the Partful is I guess it's a thing, an app.
It's a library.
I don't know what the hell it is.
All right.
No, that's a bibliothèque.
Oh.
Yeah. So anyhow, and then listen, there are tons of Mexican-themed restaurants around the country, but we don't have a whole ton of the chains here other than that and Qdoba. I don't even know if there are any more.
Are there any Poco Locos?
No, there's definitely no Poco Locos. That's more West Coast.
Okay.
But there's there's like Del Taco. We don't have that here.
No, Pancheros is one that's around here, and Chuck loves Pancheros.
Moe's, you're right. So there are specials, I would imagine, at most of these places. So you can go and search real quick and find some in our. I didn't find a whole lot as far as that were in our area. Buffalo Wild Wings has. I know. Cinco de Mayo between 3 and 6 p.m. You can score a $5 strawberry margarita, $3 chips and salsa, and if you get there early, enjoy $4 Hatch chili queso.
Hatch chili queso?
I don't know what that means. And 4 chips and guac from 9 p.m. to closing. $4 chips and
just 4 chips.
Not just
Hey! It's 5 chips, buddy. Put it back.
It's 4.
All right, don't put it in your mouth. Here's a hypodermic full of guac.
Okay.
It's a type of chili pepper.
Oh.
The Hatch.
Oh, the Hatches.
Yeah,
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, me
Interesting.
neither.
Kathy has a contribution to the Connoisseur this morning.
Maybe she can turn this segment around.
Yes, that's what we need.
Well, I'm going to.
We need a cooking expert.
Yes, somebody who knows Mexican cuisine.
Yeah.
Not a cooking expert, but a drinking expert.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You got news on Margs, right?
I've got. Well, it's Mexican beer and tequila.
Oh, okay.
And so PennSteaks.com compared the top 5 highest selling Mexican beer and tequila brands through Google Trends over the last 12 months. So I have the top 5 beers and then the top 5 tequilas in Pennsylvania. So
okay.
see if you
I
guys-
do like Mexican beers. 2 of my absolute favorite beers, and I'm not a craft beer guy.
No,
at all.
You're a Scotch guy.
But and these 2 will be on that list, I'm sure, Kathy. But I am a diehard Corona drinker. It's what I usually have, and I love Pacifico too. So anyway, I'm sorry to step on your list there.
Nope,
But
and both are on the list.
Yeah.
So coming in at 5th, I don't know.
Coming in at 5.
And they were only at 4%, and I don't know what it is. Tecate. Tecate?
Oh, Tecate.
Tecate.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
And it's only 4%?
4% of the study. Like, so 4% of the people.
Oh, I could slam those.
I mean, I really only know 5 Mexican beers. I mean, I don't want
So 4, Preston, is Pacifico.
Okay.
But
I like that beer.
That's my favorite beer.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not the one that makes you toot, does
Well,
it?
no, that's Blue Moon.
Okay.
Thank you. Nick knows. But
I know you're
they sponsored our Cardboard Classic.
Oh, they
one
were
year.
excellent. Yeah.
they did
Super
well.
nice people.
I spent some time in California, and that's where I got first introduced to Pacifico. It's been my favorite beer for a long time.
Okay.
In 3rd, which I'm surprised it wasn't 2nd, but 3rd is Dos Equis.
Okay. And that was one I'm sure you were going to mention, Casey, as far as Mexican beers
and then
go.
I assume what the other one I was going to mention is 2nd.
Okay.
Which is?
What is it?
Modelo.
Yeah.
Modelo.
Big ad campaign on that.
I believe that's Pierre's favorite beer.
Is it?
Okay.
Oh, really?
Modelo, yeah, he loves those.
I didn't even know he was a beer drinker.
He's kind of like Preston. He'll drink them occasionally, but
Okay.
when, like if I'm out with Pierre and we're having a couple beers, he'll get a Negro Modelo.
Are they the ones that do that sort of spaghetti western sort of commercial with, where, they
Don't know.
grow up in the barrio and is a world champion boxer?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Is it?
It's either that or Dos Equis.
Okay.
And then the number 1 beer, which we all know, and they were 60% of the people drink Corona.
Yeah, that's my favorite beer.
There you go, man.
enjoy
Don't
it.
apologize.
You know who's enormously responsible for the popularity of Corona is
Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett, yeah,
Yeah.
because he used to sponsor their tours, and they grew at the same time. I mean, Buffett was a singer-songwriter, and then he became like a stadium kind of a guy, and in large part because Corona sponsored them. So Corona was making too much money off of the Buffett tours, and Buffett said, "You know what? I'm going to make my own beer,"
Which is not nearly as good.
It's not, but that's where Landshark beer came from, because Buffett was like, I'm tired of giving Corona so much money and credit. So Buffett created his own beer.
I remember when we went to that Buffett concert, I was like, "What? We can't drink Corona? Like, what is this Land Shark?" I was like, "I don't like this."
All right. What about the tequilas?
Yeah. Do you guys have a favorite tequila?
I'm not a big tequila drinker. I will drink margaritas, but I definitely
You're
don't
not, like,
sip
sipping.
on tequila.
Yeah.
So, I go for the standards, Patron or Cuervo or whatever.
Cuervo Gold was my favorite.
Yeah.
Well, now it's Cuervo Especial.
I
but-
wonder, Case, because you stopped drinking a while ago. Did you ever even try Casamigos?
Nope.
I that's my favorite. I really like it. And
Who's the celeb behind Casamigos?
George Clooney.
George Clooney, yeah.
Which I'm surprised it's not on this list. In Pennsylvania, anyway. So fifth is Hornitos.
Okay.
Hornitos.
I got a bottle of that in my closet here.
Hornitos?
In your closet? Why are we not drinking it? It's Cinco de Mayo.
I'll go get it for you, Kat.
I don't love Hornitos. Fourth is Don Julio tequila.
Okay.
Third is the 1800 tequila.
Yep.
Which also don't.
That's Cuervo, isn't it?
It is.
Cuervo 1800?
I don't. Yeah, I don't love that.
Okay.
Patron is second.
So this is you dig this stuff in general? Kat?
Tequila, I like tequila.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, I would not have expected you to be a tequila person.
I mean, I love margaritas, so I'll either do Casamigos or Patron with my margarita. But I actually just recently started like sipping it. Not those. I had the Clase Azul, and it was good. I liked it. And then let's see, Patron was second, and then first is Jose Cuervo.
Jose Cuervo, yeah. And that's if I'm gonna, make margaritas. If I'm gonna mix, I'll either use Patron or Jose Cuervo.
Yeah.
Nick brought in the Hornitos.
Also, I have my
Hornitos.
tequila shirt on today.
Ah, you're all ready to go.
I'm celebrating Cinco de Mayo with my tequila shirt.
Will you be indulging later on? Will you be celebrating the fair of the Spanish people?
Yes, I absolutely will be. How could I not? I love margaritas. And you joke, no, I do not cook Mexican food, but it is my favorite cuisine.
Kathy, when Nick placed that bottle of Hornitos next to you, wait, you said you don't like it?
I don't like what?
Hornitos.
It's not. I wouldn't choose that.
Okay.
Like,
I was just curious if you started to salivate a little bit.
I
when
mean,
that-
yeah, any tequila.
course,
like,
yes.
I don't typically, but I would. You know what I mean? If that was the
It's
only
like
thing
me
available.
with Whippets.
Yeah, just same way. Okay, so all right, thank you, Kathy, for your contribution to Connoisseur this morning.
Connoisseur.
And now our first Connoisseur contest.
All right, if you've hung on this long and endured all of this hell, now you can win something.
Yes, so I'm going to play a clip from a movie that mentions food, and if you can identify the film, I'll give you a $50 Primo gift card.
So this is a movie, as anyone might see in a movie theater.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like you may, yes, exactly. So if you can tell me, and we'll all know this. This is a pretty easy one that we're starting off with. If you can tell me what movie this is from.
It's tomato soup. It's hot and creamy. I can actually feel it running down my throat.
All right, what movie is that from? 215-263-WMMR, and you can win a Primo gift card. So, all right, and while we are looking for a winner for that, while somebody's calling in, I got this email, and actually she sent this to me back in, I want to say March. This is from, and it's food related. This is from Larissa Weiskopf. And she and her husband own 5 Smooth Stones Family Farm in Warrington.
Oh, yeah.
They sell eggs, honeys, veggies, and other assorted items. She wanted me to mention an event. It's called the Warrington Farmers Market, which is a fundraiser for Lions Pride Park in Bucks County. And she said, we're back for another season. Opening day is May 12th. 4:30 to 7:30. It's located at 301 Folly Road in Chalfont, which is John Paul Park. And what they're doing is local vendors sell honey, produce, meat, soaps, coffee, crafts, sweets, food trucks, you name it. And every penny of the vendor fees, all of it, goes directly to the upkeep and expansion of Lions Pride Park, which is an abilities playground.
It's awesome.
That can be enjoyed for everyone, regardless of physical limitations.
You talked about this a little while ago, and it's an awesome idea. I love this.
So she says if you could give us a shout out or a butt plug or just a quick mention, I would
did it.
very much appreciate it. So I'm going to mention that. It's coming up May 12th, which is a week from when? Today, right? Yeah. So is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Friday.
Sorry. Next
where
Friday.
are we?
So they'll be opening up. Who are you? In Chalfont. So I wanted to mention that.
You did.
It's food related.
Good job.
And then there's another food thing that I could have made this into the city beat, but I figured I'd tie it in with the food thing. But there is a tribute to Jerry Blavat that's going to be happening in South Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And it's a musical tribute and a food tribute and all this stuff. It's going to be in the Italian Market on 9th Street, and it's May 20th. Saturday, May 20th, and Sunday, May 21st. It's a block party. And there's going to be all kinds of stuff. They're even doing the greased pole climbing thing.
Ah, cool.
And the John Marzano half ball tournament. So all South Philly stuff. And you can show up and get all kinds of food. There's like loads and loads of food trucks and vendors, and Marissa wants to chime in about it.
Because that's the Italian Market Festival, which I am slightly excited about because there's no Emma Barbecue that weekend, so I can go finally. But it sounds like they're dedicating it to Jerry Blavitt.
I love it. And when was the last time you've been slightly excited by something?
Slightly
excited. There's also something, Preston, you said that was the 20th. There's also something that's taking place tonight. I believe it's at Chickies and Pete's, and they're honoring Jerry Blavitt. I don't know if it's tied into this or not, but...
Probably not. Probably something's completely
My mind is
different.
reeling.
But this is a great spot for foodies like Marissa. You can wade through crowds and indulge in fresh pasta, homemade sausages, cannoli, imported cheeses, pizza and roast pork sandwiches. There'll be curbside vendors and specialty shops as well. And yes, thank you for the sausages. One more time, please, if you would.
Where are the sausages?
And there will also be the Cheesesteak of the Year contest. Deer Park is hosting that, and it's the 150th anniversary of the cheesesteak, which I was not aware that's 150 years old. So I wanted to mention that. It's a free to attend, and then you just pay as you go to the vendors.
So just an eating fest.
And so that's going to be the weekend of the 20th.
Cool.
Just a heads up on that. All right. And Nick, were you waving me?
Not just saying.
He just thinks you're cute.
Hi, hey,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
You think I'm cute?
I do.
I didn't want to interrupt the show, but you're looking so good today.
Yeah. I told Steve that's a secret.
Do you think I could tell Preston he's cute? Don't do it during the show. You'll throw him off.
All right, let's see if we can
Why
get
don't you take him out for a malted after?
Let's see if we can get a winner for our Connoisseur contest. What movie is this from?
It's tomato soup. It's hot and creamy. I can actually feel it running down my throat.
Okay, we're going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome, buddy. All right, what movie is that from?
That is from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Yes, exactly. Hang on. I'm going to give you a $50 gift card from our friends at Primo Hoagies, and they dropped off delicious hoagies this morning to promote National Hoagie Day. Primo Hoagies are made with the finest Thumann's meats and cheeses, sliced fresh.
Celestial.
Sliced freshly. Wait,
Sliced thinly. No, slicely thin.
Slicely thin. Thank you.
Now, this is really slicely thin.
Thinly
Thin
sliced.
slicely.
Yeah. You ordered and served on award-winning seated rolls. I almost said awkward-winning seated rolls.
Why is that bread staying in the back of the room? It feels out of place.
It's just out of place. All right. If you're good, did that go okay?
Yeah, I
think
some of
that brought it
some of
back
that was
in.
decipherable. Oh no, the contest was great. Yeah.
All right. Oh, well, I will. I'll maybe do another one before the segment's up.
And they say you can't, but you just polished a turd.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. How about this, Steve? Entenmann's.
Yes. Oh, I love Entenmann's.
We had an unintended connoisseur moment talking about their cookies. We're talking about Milanos, and then we realized that Brussels are one of our all-time favorites. And it was at that point that Casey realized that entire line of cookies are named after different regions, cities, towns, whatever it may be, countries.
Pepperidge Farm, though, not Entenmann's.
It's Pepperidge Farm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's hey, listen, it's under the Beambo umbrella. It's under the Beambo
It's
umbrella.
all Beambo, baby.
All right. So anyway, Entenmann's is coming to the ice cream aisle.
Oh.
Are you intrigued by that?
I am a massive. The Entenmann's chocolate chip cookies are my. I love them to death. And so I will support Entenmann's in this endeavor.
You will like this, okay? Since you like the chocolate chip cookies, these 6 new treats are based on the bakery brand's donut and pastry flavors. But so ice cream flavors include vanilla, chocolate, and salted caramel, but they have cookie bases.
Cookie bases.
They should do that in baseball.
Cookie bases.
Available at Walmart locations nationwide. I'm not sure exactly when this is debuting because
Is this wherever products are sold?
No, Walmart locations.
Oh.
Not wherever products are sold. But what I don't know is when they will be arriving. Okay, so we're looking at this.
Excellent.
They look like they are kind of like chipwiches.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're novelties, as they call them in the ice cream business.
I find this interesting and makes me happy. Both of these cookie brands are owned by companies that we really love and respect. Entenmann's is owned by Beambo Bakeries, which is enormously helpful during Camp Out for Hunger. Guess who owns Pepperidge Farm? Campbell Soup.
Oh, no kidding.
There
based obviously in Camden, New Jersey. So
Campbell's,
two
too.
companies that are enormously charitable and integral in the Camp Out for Hunger own these cookie brands.
Well said, sir. You know what I noticed in the supermarket recently, Preston? I believe it was an Acme. It's the only one I go to. Tim Tams.
You know what?
Tim Tams.
You did see them in Acme because I recently saw them in Acme too and was surprised.
We had heard they were on the way out.
Yes.
And yet there was a robust collection of Tim Tams. We love them.
At Campbell's Soup
Yes,
when we
right.
went to their headquarters.
Yes.
And yes, I saw that in Acme as well, Steve. You are correct, sir. Yes.
Press, the Today Show actually reported on this as well, the Entenmann's ice cream sandwiches or the ice cream. And it says that it's available in Walmart stores now.
Now.
Right now.
All right.
Beautiful. Wonderful. All right. You want to do another contest?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I mean, this is so good. Do we need another contest?
I'm just
You're on
listening.
fire today, sir.
I'm trying to make people happy.
You know what I'm saying? To me, in my mind, it's like the Elvis comeback TV special. That I'm
Is it
going to
the
see.
1968?
Yeah, that's what you just did with the Connoisseur.
All right. Well, let's do another one.
All right.
If you can name what movie this is from, I'll give you another $50 Primo Hoagies gift card. Here we go.
Like warm apple pie. Yeah? Yeah.
All right. Let's see if you know what movie that's from.
It's got to be Schindler's List.
Food related. I'll bet you there's some food in Schindler's List. I'll bet you they mentioned food at some point.
Not probably as enjoyable.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
yeah,
not.
yeah.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. Shake Shack. Seems like
That's your favorite.
I'm always mentioning Shake Shack in the Connoisseur, but they have 3 new plant-based menu items nationwide. They have the Veggie Shack, the non-dairy chocolate shake, and the non-dairy frozen custard as well. The Veggie Shack patty.
Veggie Shack patty?
I knew that chick. Yeah,
it sounds
she
like
was a whore.
It's Peppermint's Patty's slutty sister.
Yeah, Veggie Shack patty, man.
That's Veggie Shack patty. You take her behind the Veggie Shack, she'll split her buns.
That was good.
Is made with mushrooms, sweet potatoes, carrots, farro, and quinoa.
Oh.
And you can order yours starting today or get early. Or you can get it early except via the Shack
That's
app,
not even
whatever.
English.
Yeah, you can get it now.
Does it say how many calories it is? Like, I'm wondering if it is actually healthy.
Good question.
Oh, it can be healthy and still calorically intense.
I know.
Yes.
I chuckle every time you bring up Shake Shack, and I told you guys this before, but it's so funny to watch my son eat Shake Shack because he thinks it is the greatest food on earth. And the other day, sometimes I'll pick him up from school, and he's like, "Can we stop at Shake Shack on the way home?" I'm like, "All right, fine." And so he made me take a bite of his hamburger when he was done with it the other day, and he's like looking at me for my response. He's like, "Am I right?" And I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like, I felt so bad. I had to be like, "Yep, you are. This is the greatest."
Come on,
I've
baby.
ever
Don't
had."
play me like that.
Do you not like it?
You know what? And I feel like I can say this because I go there, I spend money, and I support them. I don't like Shake Shack. I don't like their. It's a little too greasy for me. It doesn't make me feel good afterwards. So I do not eat it. When I go there, I solely get it for him. They have great milkshakes.
Does it affect your BMs?
Stop it.
Dude, so I was there the other day, and I've been watching what I'm eating. I took my dad there because he had never had Shake Shack before, and I'm a big fan of the burgers. But their shakes, they had a tiramisu shake, and they had a creamsicle shake, and I was like, I haven't had ice cream in like 3 months.
You didn't
No, I didn't get it.
Oh, good. You're so
But I hit my goal today, so I'm
you're gonna go
having
get it.
ice cream this week, and I may get one on the way
We're going
home.
to call this a 50-pound weekend.
Yeah, totally. 420 calories, Kathy.
That's not horrific.
That's not too bad.
No.
I mean, that's a full meal.
If you could have 10 of those and still be under 5,000 calories.
Yes, you could.
Well, okay. So, and that includes the bun also, I guess?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Huh.
But they don't parse it out that way.
No. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to this.
Very excited.
Quiz. What movie is this food clip from?
We're trying to repair.
Warm apple pie. Yeah? Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to Dan to get the answer.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, morning, bud.
Morning.
All right, what movie?
American Pie.
American Pie. Yeah, that is correct. Yes. All right, hang on the line. Got yourself a $50 Primo Hoagies gift card. And today is National Hoagie Day, celebrating with $6.99 Primo size Italian, turkey and cheese, or ham and cheese hoagies all day. And that's a big freaking sandwich, by the way. It's for reward members.
Excellent.
So visit primohoagies.com to get all the details.
So this is an improvement on the Connoisseur, which we learned is basically audio cancer.
Yeah.
And I do, if you wanted to do another contest later on, I did grab another movie clip.
I would like to see a poll, a survey. Has this improved?
Okay. We'll see if we'll take a survey later on. Man, there was something I think I'm forgetting. No, I'll just go forward with this. So here's another one. Open Table recently released its reservation data from 2023. I use Open Table.
I like it. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's a reservation app, Steve, if you want to get a reservation.
It's actually very good. I use the Pornhub version.
Okay. Yeah. So the State of the Industry dashboard suggests that Americans are eating later at night, going out to lunch more often, and starting weekend fun earlier.
So we're eating dinner later.
Yes.
Which is
according to this.
very European, is it
I
not?
guess maybe going out to dinner later.
And then just sitting there?
If you're eating at home, maybe it's not later, but people are going out to dinner. Yeah, you know what? So my next door neighbor, Karina, is from England, and she finds it hilarious that we eat as early as we do.
So, Nick, I know you have visited France. Is like dinner is like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
8 or 9, yeah. In Spain, it's like 10 or 11.
Oh, my God.
And that to me is a little too late. But for us, for our schedule, I can't eat that late, during the week.
Well, you're up early.
Exactly. But on a Friday, I like going to like an 8 o'clock dinner reservation. I can. I like closing the restaurant. I like being the last one there.
Will you eat an earlier?
No,
not a dinner, but a placeholder of sorts.
I try to space it out so that I am hungry by the time dinner
So you can
comes
gorge
around.
yourself.
Yeah, a little bit.
Aren't placeholders made of paper?
Yes.
You can't eat those, can you?
No. Well, you can try.
You're really hungry.
No, I love the early bird special. I don't care what day of the week it is.
Kathy, me too.
That's when I eat. And I went out with some girlfriends. We went to a dinner and they were making fun of me. They're like, 5 o'clock. I was like, I don't care. I was like, I get up.
My cream soda's flat.
Wait, but Steve, I looked around. I looked around.
Right, yeah.
And we were there with all older people, and I was like, whatever. I'm like,
I
I
want
don't
to be
care.
home for Jeopardy. No.
We go out with another couple who likes to eat early as well.
I do too.
We always call it the blue plate special.
It's great.
Yeah,
I'm in.
we're going out for the blue plate. Yep.
Think of how long we've been awake at that point.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's-
We will sometimes, and part of it is if we're going out as a family is to avoid a crowded restaurant.
Sure.
Because I told you we love going to Texas Roadhouse, and that place gets mobbed. So we will go at 4:30 and avoid the crowd.
Why not?
And by the time we sit down and order, it's like almost 5 o'clock, and so yeah.
To me, the perfect scenario is that you have to knock on the glass.
Yeah.
Oh,
you guys are. Wow, we got a real fan out here.
And it's 4:30 yet?
Yeah. So Open Table used data from 55,000 restaurants and 10,000 surveys to uncover diner trends. And on Monday at 8 p.m., that went up by 9%. Wednesday at 9 p.m., reservations were up by 23%. And despite inflation, 66% of Americans dine out at least once a week. 33% say that they eat out more than they did 6 months ago. So people are going out more often, and they're going out a little later.
I can see this. So when do you eat? What time do you eat dinner? Usually, routinely during the week. 6.
Yeah. So I've told you guys I do a lot of the cooking at home, and no matter what time I start it, no matter when I begin to make the meal, dinner is ready at 5 of 6.
When we have a conference
and we
call.
do our conference call at 6 o'clock. I don't know why it happens every time.
It's like a Twilight Zone episode.
We're roughly around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
But if
same
we're
for
going
me.
out, we like to go out a little earlier than that.
And I basically eat one meal a day. I eat dinner is my main meal. That feels about right,
I actually, Jason and I are going out tonight for Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to show him how to celebrate the Mexican holiday.
Your first tequila.
He's my date.
DD tonight too.
But we have to go at 6:30, and literally yesterday I was like, it's just, we'll go, but like I'm thinking to myself, it's a little.
Are you
late.
going to El Shake Shack?
No, we're not going to El Shake. I actually haven't said where we're going because you guys didn't mention it. We were talking about it, and I was like, it's going to be crowded, and I don't want it to be any more crowded.
Okay. All right, Casey, should we do one more thing?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can identify this food movie clip. Here we go. And I think this is an easy one. Here we go.
This is a tasty burger.
It's a classic.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you know what that is, and you're the first caller in to get it, we'll set you up with that. All right, that means we have time for one more. And then, what's the story on Harland
He's
Williams?
here.
He's here.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to wrap this up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that if I knew he was here.
No. We give him a wide berth.
I'm not even going to do another story.
No.
We'll just get a winner.
Go to hell.
And then we'll get Harlan because we are really excited about him being back. So he's in the Acme Lounge right now. And we'll get him in here in a moment. But let's get a caller. This is almost a spoon-fed, easy one for you. And we will go to Willie. Hey, Willie.
If you know me, call in. Get your
Get your
Very well done.
back tickets.
Very well done.
That was nice.
Yeah.
All right, Willie. What movie is
This is a tasty burger.
that from?
Pulp Fiction.
Of course it is. Pulp Fiction. What are you saying to me here? Yes, Willie, hang on the line. We'll get your information, and you do get a $50 gift card from Primo Hoagies. Go to primohoagies.com for the special deal for rewards members for National Hoagie. Oh, and here's another food clip real quick. You ready for this?
Yep.
We're not taking any callers, but here's a food clip for you.
Hey, what's up, Krispy Kreme?
That is Harland Williams.
Yeah.
When he was here last. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back, and he will be in our studio. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. Stay with us, my friend. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever.
Yeah.
He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. He's oh, what the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You
Yes,
know?
he is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. And I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love. Yeah. If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
That is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this? Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you check it out. Dude, we loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
Anyway, first of all, when people talk about this stuff too, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is a part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like, blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love it.
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching Recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon, essentially, was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon. But not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming, man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry's it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too.
A Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the treatment
so
and care of turtles.
Do you know
Dude,
where
this guy was making a ton of money?
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go
It's
ship
better than
turtles.
cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Yeah.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait,
Do you have my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
Doesn't matter. It's just straight up illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you's a triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City
when
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right? Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't. They don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read.
No,
either.
that's.
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely illegal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
Not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next guest is one of our all-time faves, and he's back in our studio. He's going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night. You've seen him in TV shows, movies, and comedy clubs around the world.
Podcast.
And now he's here. Harland Williams.
Hey, what's up?
Is joining us.
What's up, Captain Kirk? How are you, guy?
There you go.
I'm so glad he said that.
Last time you were here, I was Krispy Kreme.
Oh,
and now I'm Captain
wow.
Kirk. There's KK.
I like that. But just as long as you leave the third K out, you're
Yes.
good.
Yeah, we don't want that one.
It's
God.
great to see you, man.
Great to see you. What
Thanks
a
for
treat.
being here.
Yeah, what a treat.
Is
Thank you.
life good these days?
Life's really good. Yeah, I've just been keeping busy, modeling, doing what I can do.
I noticed that the mutton chops are going down a little bit here on the side. Has that look been around with you for a while? The long sideburns?
I'm sort of getting ready for. I'm shooting a movie in the summer, so I'm sort of getting my face and my hair and my goatee ready for the role. So kind of.
Can you preview what is the film?
The movie's called Wingman, and it's about a wingman who helps losers get girls.
Okay.
So I'm going to be playing the wingman, and we're shooting in August. So
very nice.
So I kind of got to get the look. I grow bigger so that I can trim it back if I have to.
It's like bulking up before like Mr. Olympia cuts weight, so to speak. So
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So I was commenting on your podcast, which I really love, the Harland Highway, and I called it, and it's the truth. There's a ton of stuff out there, but you do a non-podcast podcast, and the moments on the show that we like the most is where it just is completely extemporaneous, and there seems to be no rhyme or reason to it, and that's a lot of your podcast. But you have people like Bill Burr sitting across from you, and so it's terrific.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I think I have Howie Mandel coming on this coming week, and
right.
Yeah.
How hard do you prep when you have a guest, or is it just let's talk about whatever's pops up?
I sort of just make a little list of things, of topics that I might hit, and I just kind of loosely go with that.
Okay.
And then if it's something like that's a specific sort of bit, I'll prepare for it. Like I have a really kind of cool thing coming up for Howie that I sort of prepared for. And,
Okay.
yeah, so it just depends who the guest is, but I do a little prep, but I like to let it flow, man.
I love the moments that just sit because they're hilarious. That's when I crack up when when you get them. So that's when unhinged stuff happens, and that's the best.
Thank you. Yeah. So I used to do the show, the Harland Highway podcast. It's called, by the way, on YouTube. It used to just be an audio podcast, but then after COVID hit, I kind of decided to go down the video channel.
Yeah.
And it's a real sort of different vibe for me because I've never interviewed people before. So it's a really good time.
But you're not doing it because what happens is, and this is just the nature of the beast. Everyone gets one, and then there's this incestuous sort of, the same stories end up on the same, as everyone sort of, oh, can I have you on my show now? You're not doing that. You're doing, different stuff.
Yeah, I try to stay away from just everyone repeating the same story. I try to dig into topics that, when was the last time you stuck a booger under your chair? Or,
there you go.
What color leotards do you wear when nobody's looking? I try to stay off the typical crap.
Yeah, you had Bill Burr reading you a kid story, which is a lot of fun.
Well, yeah, Bill's got that angry vibe, so I thought I'd love to imagine Bill Burr reading reading Curious George to his child at night. So I brought out a Curious George book.
Yeah.
And of course, he just went off and was swearing and cussing. And I actually had to turn on a steamer. I have a little thing of steam coming out while I'm talking to him to just kind of tone him down like King Kong.
The way you calm down an animal, that might,
right.
And it didn't seem to work at all.
No, he just went berserk. Yeah, he was.
I'm looking at a picture of you right now, Harlan, from your Instagram account. You and a wife beater holding up your Dukes.
Yeah.
I never knew this, but you look like you're in pretty solid shape. Those arms look kind of sculpted. Are you an exercise dude?
I exercise. I play. So I actually did that for the wingman thing. I sort of like took some pictures to kind of. If you notice, the hair's like crazy and the beard's. So I'm kind of trying to sculpt the wingman's look. So that's where that came from. But yeah, I play a lot of sports. Played hockey my whole life. I play racquetball like 4 times a week, like hardcore.
Dude, Casey and I were talking about maybe getting in. And I used to play all the time, and I'm like,
do it.
You've ran out of places like they didn't have racquetball courts anymore. That game is so much
It's
fun.
the best. It's addictive, yeah.
Okay.
And you lose like 2 pounds an episode.
I believe it.
Harlan, I really enjoy the caption on this photo too, because you say Daddy's on the prowl tonight, and then you hashtag Carl's Jr., Wolverine Jr., Ross dressed for less, and then you at Selena Gomez, at Britney Spears, and at Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Any of those responds?
Well, whenever I push an Instagram thing, I just like to, have an eclectic group of people.
Well,
I did one yesterday where I had Conway Twitty and the Harlem Globetrotters.
They were probably in the same room.
Yeah.
That is good work.
Well, there was one you had a minute ago, Nick, up here of him fishing, and it's a beautiful scenery, and you wrote hashtag God, hashtag fishing at Arby's.
Why not?
I want to start doing that.
I totally want to do what you're doing.
Oh my God.
Where is this fishing location, by the way? It's a beautiful spot.
Oh, that's a secret spot I go to, yeah. But the reason I put Arby's in there is sometimes I go through Arby's, and when you pull up to the window, and the zit-faced kid hands you your roast beef, he'll open that window, and I'll cast a fishing line right in his face. Yeah. Hook him in the face, and then drive away and drag him right out of the window.
All right.
What a riot.
It's good natured.
It's just for fun. It's just for fun. Yeah.
You do something I was reading, and I think this is hilarious. You have a ritual when you're leaving a hotel, something you do to the bathroom mirror. Explain what you do. I think this is brilliant.
So I do it in the bathroom mirror and in the shower if it's like one of the glass walls they put in. So when the mirror mists up, I write red rum in the mist because the maids don't wash down the mirror every time. So the next guest that stays at the hotel, when they go in the shower, red rum appears, which is the famous thing from The Shining. It's murder backwards.
I love that.
Yeah.
What happened in this room that I'm in?
Yeah.
I love it.
And what's great is when you write red rum in the mist on the mirror, it sort of drips, so it looks like sort of like blood. It's even more morbid. So
brilliant.
It's great.
Harlan, I wanted to ask you about last time you were here, we talked about Casey loves the line from Dumb and Dumber, you pumpkin pie haired cut guy, whatever that freak.
Yeah.
And you told us a story about that, how you came across that because you looked at Jim Carrey and you saw his haircut, and it reminded you of a picture you saw of Peter Pumpkin Eater.
That's right.
And you riffed on it.
Yeah.
There's no real context for it. You just say it, and it sounds funny. I want to play a clip from Something About Mary because this has to be your improv, the 7-minute abs thing.
Yeah.
So let me play this for those who to refamiliarize
If
you.
you're not happy with the first 7 minutes, we're going to send you the extra minute free. See, that's it. That's our motto. That's where we're coming from. That's from A to B.
That's right. That's good. That's good. Unless, of course, somebody comes up with 6-minute abs, then you're in trouble, huh?
No, not 6. I said 7. Nobody's coming up with 6. Who works out in 6 minutes? You won't even get your heart going, not even a mouse on a wheel.
Good point.
7's the key number here. Think about it. 7's 11s?
Yeah.
7 dwarfs? 7, man, that's the number. 7 chipmunks twirling on a branch, eating lots of sunflowers on my uncle's ranch. You know that old children's tale from the sea? It's like you're dreaming about gorgonzola cheese when it's clearly brie time, baby. Step into my office.
Why?
Because you're fired.
All right, so the gorgonzola, the brie, all that stuff. Where in your mind you had to? That was yours, right? I mean,
so yeah, I made that all up. The guys, the Fairley brothers were really cool. They told me just to go for it. So we did about 6 takes where I just went off, and Ben Stiller was great because he sat there and played my straight man. He didn't try to one up me. He really just knew it was a moment for this crazy character, and he was so cool.
And I had no idea these lines were coming.
Nobody did. I didn't even know.
I believe that.
Like, I just make them up. And there's one line in there that I can attribute to my past. It's the step into my office because you're blank and fired. And that stemmed from me and my cousin Chris when we were kids, like between the ages of 12 and 16.
Yeah.
My father built us a badminton court up at our cottage on a spare lot, and me and my cousin Chris, we'd slam the shuttlecock as high as we could up into the air, and to distract the other guy so that he'd miss it coming down, we'd yell, "Step into my office, because you're fired!" we just yell that stuff, and so when I was in the car with Ben, that just popped into my head because it always made me laugh. I was like, I didn't say it as high pitched, but I just did I channeled my cousin Chris, and I'm going to be channeling him in Wingman. There's this thing he did, and I told him I always wanted to put it into a movie. He's one of the funniest guys I know, my cousin Chris, but he used to do this thing when he was in high school where he'd walk up to people like girls and just people he knew, and instead of saying hello or make fun of them, he'd just walk up and he'd go,
Oh my God!
He'd hold his nose and make that noise and just point in their face. I don't know what it means, but I'm going to have the wingman do it in my movie when he greets people.
That's
fantastic.
You know, what I love about that character and this character that you'll do periodically is they're so resolute. Like, he's so resolute.
Yeah.
This no, man.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
And we all have conversations with people like that where. And that's why Ben Stiller plays it so brilliantly too, because that's what kicks it over the top. The Fairley brothers are obviously great. Were they as open with improvisational stuff with the other actors, or because they write the scripts themselves?
Yeah. I'm sure they had to have been with them, with Jim, and I'm sure they were. I mean, I know with me they were, and I don't do it as Harland. I channel it as I really intensely get into the character. And so, this guy was a crazy serial killer. So I knew that in his mind, everything was real. Everything made sense. So he could say whatever he wanted and it would be true to him. And so I never felt like I was stepping out of the realm of reality. To everything I said there, even the brie gorgonzola, like that was very real to that guy.
It means a lot. Like, say, if you ever watch that footage of Geraldo interviewing Charles Manson years ago, and he said, you my man in a circle and you can't, and he's doing all these faux. But to him, in that lunacy, it's
real.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, and I don't know if this is the truth, but if it is, it's amazing. Your brother is Steve Williams, Spaz Williams.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, this guy is a legend in special effects.
Yeah.
He created the column of water in the abyss, the digital.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's right. That was the first thing he created. Yeah.
That's pretty early CGI stuff.
Well, Steve was actually a pioneer he didn't use it. He invented a lot of that stuff. So my brother Steve helped create CGI as we know it. And then from there, he went to work at ILM for George Lucas, and they were in production on Jurassic Park, and they were actually making Jurassic Park with giant, foam and animatronic robots. And Steve kept telling them, we can do this in CGI, and they didn't believe him. They didn't think it was possible. And so Steve, in his spare time, he built a T-Rex skeleton walking on a loop. So he actually constructed it in digital on his own time.
I know this story, yeah.
And then one day they had a big meeting with all the executives, and Steve knew they were all going to be there, and they weren't listening to him. So he put the loop of the T-Rex as a skeleton on a monitor where they're having the meeting down in his office, and he just let it play. And they all came down and they were chit-chatting. And one of the executives just looked over and went, "What is that?" And Steve showed them what it was, and they took it up to Spielberg, and he said, "Stop everything. We're doing this."
Well, because they were going to do stop motion. They had a special effects guy, Phil Tippett.
Phil Tippett, yeah.
Right, and so Phil Tippett worked with the technology that your brother is involved with.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
And said, okay, clearly that was a quantum jump forward.
Huge.
Yeah,
it changed everything. And there's a documentary out on Steve right now called Jurassic Punk. You can download it on Apple or any of the platforms, and it tells the whole story. And there's actually early footage of me and Steve goofing around. And
you did animation as well, right? You did.
Yeah.
You guys ever work together on a film project?
We almost did. He directed a movie for Disney called The Wild. And I almost did a voice on it, but it ended up going to George Carlin, so I lost out on that.
Well, if you're going to lose out.
Yeah.
All right, so who does the family consider more successful, you or your brother Steve?
Well, it's interesting. So Steve and I are not biological brothers. His name's Steve Williams. I'm Harland Williams. And so our fathers knew each other in college. So me and Steve went to animation college, so our fathers introduced us to each other. Steve and I became classmates and ended up being roommates out in college. And everybody kept saying, "Oh, are you guys brothers?" Because we had this, and we got so tired of telling them the story that we just started saying, "Yes, we're brothers."
Oh my God, that's great.
So then one day, as I got sort of popular and he got popular, Steve did an interview for a huge newspaper and mentioned it, and then the media ran with it. So ever since, they've referred to us as brothers. So Steve and I just stay with it, and we're still best friends.
That's
and
great.
I just talked to him yesterday.
I was as you were telling the story right before, I'm reading on Wikipedia, and it says you have 4 sisters, and then in a separate sentence it says he's the brother of special effects artist Steve Williams. I'm like, well, why didn't it just say that he had sisters and a brother?
And you should have seen the phone start ringing. You know, here we are like 35 years old, and everyone's phoning my parents going, "Lorraine, John, did you have another kid?" They kept it a secret all these years.
That.
Yeah.
That's
Is it true then that you are the cousin of Kevin Hearn of the Bare Naked Ladies?
That's right. Yeah,
that is true.
That's right. We have a hobby band called the Cousins. You can buy our albums on Apple and stuff like. I'm the singer. Yeah.
Wow.
I sing and I write the songs, the lyrics, and he does all the music.
If we were to play a little bit of a song, what song should we go to?
You could play Rattlesnake Love, or you could play Behind the Glass.
Okay.
All right, we'll see if we can pull one of those up before the interview is over.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you about your name, Harland. Is that a family name? Because that's a fairly unusual name.
It's an unusual name, and it's odd because we have 5 kids in our family, and I asked my parents one day, where the hell did it come from? Because the only other person I know that has Harland is Colonel Saunders. Do you know his name?
Yeah, Harland Sanders, yeah.
So I said, "Mom and Dad, did you make love with some chicken? I don't know. Why am I Harland?" And they said when they were young, there was a movie or a TV series that they watched, and one of the characters' names was Harland. Well, and that's where they got the name. So I always thought it was so interesting that I ended up going into show business, and they named me after someone in show business.
There was an Academy Award-winning movie called Harlan County, USA, a documentary about coal miners.
Is it with a D or an N? Because sometimes people
Might
don't
be with
add
the D. Yeah.
Mine's with the D.
You need the D.
You need the 11 herbs and spices, guys. Let's go.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So another. Okay, so we can either dispel or confirm the fun facts.
Yeah.
You've only had coffee once in your life.
One sip.
One sip of coffee in your life.
Yeah.
Tell me it was from Tim Hortons.
I don't know where it was from.
Okay.
I was shooting a scene in a film, and I've never had coffee ever. And the scene was at a coffee cart, and the guy handed me a coffee, and I had to drink it. So I told the prop master, I said, "Put Coke in there because I don't drink coffee." It was in a foam cup, so you couldn't see. So we did the scene, and in the take, I felt it in my mouth. I go, "Oh my God, that's real coffee!" But I didn't want to blow the take, so I swallowed it, and it's the only sip of coffee I've ever had in my life.
Just simply don't like the taste, or
when I was growing up, all I heard were the adults going, "Oh my God, coffee! I drink 2 cups a day. I can't stop drinking coffee." Like everyone was whining and. So when I was a kid, I did the same with cigarettes and booze. I was like, well, if I don't ever try this stuff, I never have to worry about it.
That's kind of like me.
So that's what I did.
I've never been drunk. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never tried it.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to other people doing it.
Sure.
That to me seemed the logic. Like, everyone always talks about, the fun with booze and stuff, but I also have never had a hangover.
As I sit here with my espresso and a bottle of tequila next to me.
Oh, God. Well, smoking to me is hilarious. You're ingesting smoke. That's like if you went camping and you just said, I'm going to lay down beside the campfire and breathe in this log. Yeah. That's like the dumbest thing you could ever do to your body, you know?
And speaking of camping, you were a forest ranger?
Yeah, when I was younger, I did all that up in northern Ontario.
Oh, beautiful.
Were you by yourself a lot at that point in your life?
Well, I ran a bush camp up there, so there's a lot of other guys in the camp. But on weekends, I would get off on my own and just take off. I'd just be in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I loved it.
Is that where you would come up with concepts such as this? I think this is you. I'm quoting you. Did you know that rhinoceroses are just big, fat, white trash unicorns?
No, that comes from a book I wrote called The Things You Don't Know You Don't Know. And it's full of passages like that. Like, did you know that cauliflowers just scared broccoli? Did you know that gay people can't say damn straight? They can't say it.
It just doesn't hold up. You've written children's books as well.
Yeah, children's books, yeah.
And what was it? Is it Puppy Dog Pals, animated series?
Puppy Dog Pals is a series I created and sold to Disney.
I never knew. I never knew you had this side to you.
Yeah, so as I said, I studied animation in college, and I turned my back on it to kind of pursue comedy and acting and film. But then, recently within the last 8 or 9 years, I decided to step back into it, and I pitched Puppy Dog Pals to Disney, and they bought it, and cut to 5 years later, and it plays in 130 countries all over the world. And
what about swag associated with it?
You go into any Walmart or Target or Disney store, and they got Puppy Dog Pals merch all over the place.
Do you get a piece of that?
Yes, I do.
Good for you, sir.
Of course.
Yeah. Often is the case where somehow they get screwed out of it.
So some studios won't do it, and some will, and you got to fight for that stuff. But I'm a fighter, not a lover. Wait.
No, that's excellent.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
You're wearing a Venice, California hat. Is that where you live?
Yeah, I live in L.A. Yeah, not right in Venice, but I live in L.A. proper. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it suit you?
It suits me, but it's getting crazy. There's a lot of crazy like it's getting sort of run down. There's a lot of tents on the street.
A lot of 7-minute ab guys.
Yeah, people living in tents.
Yeah.
And I thought, what can I do to help? So I went on eBay and I found for $372, I found a full head to toe black bear costume. And what's more synonymous with camping?
Oh, no.
So at night I put it on, I crawl down the street, perfect, I get outside their tents 3 in the morning when the Oxycontin nightmares are kicking in, and I'm just like, and they're gone from my neighborhood, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You got to do something to help.
My brother was just there. He said he couldn't believe how many tents are out.
Isn't it crazy?
He couldn't believe it.
Oh, my God. I saw a guy, the other homeless guy, he started a campfire rubbing 2 shopping carts together. It's unbelievable.
It is wild when you stop and think, but listen, if you're a homeless, where are you going to go live? Michigan, or are you going to live in?
That's right. Yeah, they love the warm weather. So,
right.
Yeah,
so
it's sad, but it's just it's just crazy. It's just getting out of control.
I don't know much about you personally. Are you do you have a significant other? Do you have kids? Any of that thing?
At the moment, I'm solo looking.
Okay.
If you have a beautiful girl you want to set me up with, buddy, I'm ready. Daddy's ready to rock and roll. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Is that why you tagged Selena Gomez in that one?
Yeah, Selena.
She is. I believe she's single currently.
Is she? All right, Selena, I know you're listening. Let's rock and roll. Arby's tonight at 8 o'clock. Get the sundown special, baby cakes.
You can't. You're busy at 8 o'clock. You're doing a show.
Well, not anymore. Now I'm doing some roast beef with the Gomez.
You're gonna now? Is that all you do at Arby's? Because they have their deli. You know,
They have what?
they have the deli stuff as well, right? There's
The market fresh
Market fresh sandwiches.
Oh yeah, no, I just do the
Straight up
roast
roast
beef.
beef.
Yeah, I like to take it out of the bun and sleep on it. It's really fun. Yeah,
Nice warm roast beef to
Oh,
sleep on.
God.
On your
You're like an open faced sandwich when
that's
you go
what
to bed.
she said. Yeah.
on your podcast, we saw that one of our friends, Greg Fitzsimmons, was a recent guest, and he lives in Venice, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's down there. Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
Do you guys buddy around when you get a chance to, or anything like that?
You know what's hard about being headlining comics is unless you're the other comics, your opening act, you get to hang with them and travel with them. But when you're headliners,
You never see 'em.
always in different cities. So even though we're buddies, it's hard to get time to hang with these guys. The most time you really see them is when you do the local clubs in Hollywood, like the Comedy Store, or the Improv, the Laugh Factory.
Do you,
So-
do you travel well? I mean, because a lot of times it's just enervating after, I think it can beat the crap out of you. Can you handle it well?
Yeah, I've got everything down to a system.
Yeah,
Like I've learned not to wait in line. I've learned just to take carry on. I've learned to just kind of get it down tight as I can.
Right.
And, so yeah, I can handle it. It's not fun, but once I get here and I'm doing stand-up shows, I love it.
Cool.
So,
we've had a number of people during this interview that texted in to say how much they loved Rocket Man.
Oh yeah.
So I wanted to play. I wanted to play this clip just real quickly for those
Awesome.
fans of Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Now that had to have hurt when you were done, or did you do that in one take? That
So
scream.
there's a great story behind that scene. So that's the scene where they're about to announce which is going to be the next astronaut to go on the very first mission to Mars.
Right.
And so I'm sitting at the table waiting to hear with the other astronauts, and they announce my name. And in the script, they said, oh, when Fred Randall, my character, hears he's the next astronaut, he faints. And I said, guys, that's not funny. Like, this guy's been waiting his whole life to go to space. He would be elated. I said, I want to do something where, you ever see when Miss America wins the pageant and she screams and her fingers are trembling?
Yes.
And So
She's
I
kind of
said,
like waving at herself.
yeah, like they just lose it. So that's what this guy would do. So I told the director and I told the sound guy, I said, I'm going to scream I'm going to do a girl scream at the top of my lungs, put the mic back, the boom mic back, because it's going to be loud.
Yeah.
And the director said, okay, let's do it once. We'll see if it works. And we only did one take. Wow. And that was it. And it made the trailer, and it was one of the funniest parts of the movie. So, yeah, one thing about comedy is you always got to follow your comedy instincts.
I
And
believe it.
I remember when Ace Ventura came out, I was with Jim Carrey the night it came out. We were all at dinner.
Right.
And our mutual manager at the time read the review from Siskel and Ebert. We were all sitting at dinner in Chicago.
Oh, they hated it.
And they said, this is the worst movie ever made. And I remember Jim just sort of dropped his head and he looked dismayed. And then he just sat up and he said, screw those guys. I made my strong comedy choices.
Yeah.
And when he said that, it really resonated with me. And I said, that's what it is. It's all about committing to your instincts, to your comedy choices. And when I did Rocket Man, that was one of the moments where I said, I just got to believe in this and do it. And
well, your senses are top level.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and people can and you crack us the hell up.
Absolutely.
We love
Thank
having
you.
you in here.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for mentioning the Harland Highway podcast on YouTube.
Love it.
Check it out, everybody.
Yeah,
and
love it.
subscribe and enjoy it. And Howie Mandel's coming up. I'm interviewing him this week. And
cool.
It's great.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
this Renaissance man is in town, and you can check him out tonight and tomorrow at Helium Comedy Club. Their shows at 7:30 and 10. Get tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Don't take so long next time, sir.
Okay.
Come back and see us again soon, okay?
I'll beam in quickly, Captain Kirk.
We love you. Harland Williams, guys.
Thank you, guys.
And with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
In the lunch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
It's not what it sounds like.
Hold. One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did
Butts like sex.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
And the youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
to the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything, right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances. No,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your buttholes.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on
Oh,
there.
they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And
What's
for
the style?
a decent price too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully. It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see
Oh my God.
when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your
Yep.
head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you get inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's it's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
What are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plugs.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Burr Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Burr Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was.
Why didn't you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
Really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children. I mean, it's not that you want to.
Yeah.
At 12 or 13 years old, or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but honestly, it is, in one fell swoop, boom, you're a woman now.
Yeah.
You know?
Whammo.
And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's a pube party.
it's a
It's a boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the
I had
truth. It's a
boners.
biological
Yeah, we
thing.
all
It
had
happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, like, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can
kids.
have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
Yeah, fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
in a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to talk about
We'll
that.
go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year. I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, your teeth are probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it,
Oh.
and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
And I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, oh, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the
Oh.
x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
Because
Kathy,
they make
when she
compliments.
smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah, has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh, my
in the body.
God.
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah. My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery
Perhaps
Oh, good.
the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We
He'll
won't go any
get
further than say that. You think he'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right, take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No,
Not yet.
no. In
Not
fact,
yet.
if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and he is.
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
WMMR.
You know what I said when I found out we were going to have our next guest on as a last-minute addition?
What?
I said this. Mark Zumoff is here with us this morning.
You know that was me after an hour of constipation.
We all been there.
Finally.
Oh, yes! You notice that people are less inclined to high-five you after.
Well, it is great to see you, man.
It's good to be seen, brother.
You were down the hall with our sister station, The Fanatic, having a chat with those guys, and I was talking to Eric Camille earlier this morning. I'm like, can Mark come by and say hi?
Yeah,
And so-
absolutely. You guys rock.
Thank you, man. I
guys
appreciate it.
rock.
You retired, but you're staying quite busy. You have a podcast.
I do. I finally joined the rest of the human race.
Yeah.
And you're giving flute lessons in Spanish.
When Mark was retiring, he said he wanted to learn Spanish.
And play the flute.
And play the flute.
And now I'm doing neither.
Yeah, that was the question. How's the Spanish? Nothing.
Hey, how do you watch the games now? Do you watch any differently, or are you listening?
You know what?
critiquing?
Well, first of all, I don't watch nearly as much. I mean, when it's your vocation, you are on it, and you're on it all year round. I mean, even in August, when there's a news item, you take it, you put it in your computer, and you wait for November or December. But no, I watch, but not nearly as much, and there may be games that I actually do miss.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched as a fan or if the fandom came a little bit later on. And I asked this because what I noticed during these playoffs is that watching the Sixers, my favorite team, gives me so much anxiety, right? And I love the sport of basketball, and I love the entertainment of professional basketball. But I watched the Lakers Warriors, I watched the Knicks Heat, and it was like so refreshing to watch those games and not really care who wins,
right?
And just enjoy the game for what it is. And it can be a very beautiful game, but the Sixers give me so much anxiety. Were you too busy to have anxiety as you watched those games?
Well, I was concentrating on the fact that I was the TV voice of the team, and so that was my primary thing. I knew what my mandate was. I had to meet that mandate. I had to be informative. I had to be entertaining, and I could not get caught up in the emotion at all. Now, of course, I do get caught up in the emotion, and I am into it, and I do agonize, and I am, hang on, we're coming in for a landing because, it's a tight game, and I can't take it anymore. So, listen, the Sixers were my first love. And in 1963, they moved from Syracuse. My father took me to a game, and I've been hooked ever since.
That's great.
I mean, obviously, for Sixers fans, the game one was better than game two. But also from just an NBA perspective, I enjoyed game one better because it moved so much more quickly. And then Joel comes back to the lineup for game two, and Joel is the MVP, and he's the best player on the team and all of that. But he really does slow the game down. What do you think, other than us not making shots and Boston making their shots on for game two? What was the big difference between game one and game two?
Well, I think the Sixers did what they had to do in game one, so I'm not going to say that they let down, but the Celtics just imposed their will. I mean, it was do or die for them. They were not going to go down 2-0 and lose 2 games on their home court. And you just knew they were going to come out differently. As for Joel, you know, I'm thinking about not only are the Sixers coming down from an unlikely win in game 1, but then they're celebrating his most valuable player. And you could tell how tight-knit they are and how much they love the fact that he won it. And so with all of that, it's like you show up at the arena for game 2 and you're like, wow, we won game 1 and we got Joel back and he's the MVP and we're happy.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, the Celtics are like gritting their teeth and they're saying to themselves, you know what, you guys are meat. You are fresh meat tonight. And you could just see that pretty much from the very beginning.
Interesting, yeah.
Should he have played in game 2 or should we have saved him for
Oh,
tonight?
no, definitely playing game 2. You know what? The time is now to play. All this load management and missing games during the regular season, you know, and not playing the Denver Nuggets in February, it's time to play. It's time to play. And so what you have now, they lost the game, but he did knock the rust off. And the one thing I was happy to see, yes, he approached the game the way I thought he was going to approach it, which is worry about his defense, which he did, let the offense come. In the second half, I don't know if you remember, he didn't score that much, but he hit a turnaround jumper, and I said, that's good. Now he's getting a little bit of rhythm, and hopefully, he'll be a 30-point guy tonight like he normally is. And it's going to be interesting to see. It's always interesting to see how the other team defends Joel Embiid. So, do they double him? If so, when do they double him? Where's the double come from? Who is the double team? How often do they do it? So that's the chess game that I'm looking forward to see tonight.
There's so much. You watch the game. I know exactly what Casey's talking about. I'm a passing watcher, and I'll check it out. I appreciate what they do, but when you do sit and spend some time watching a game executed by top level players, you realize just how much of it is in the moment strategy. And it's kind of wild. I don't know how many people can appreciate, because you think, okay, just big guys running along and doing the deal. But there's a lot of second-to-second recalculating in that game that's incredibly impressive.
To me, and I'm a jazz fan, so and I love jazz because a lot of what the musicians doing, depending on the kind of jazz it is they're making it up.
Yeah.
There are certain musical rules that they have to abide by as they're making it up and as they're riffing. But to me, basketball is a lot of the same thing.
Yeah.
I know that as a broadcaster, I would prepare for a game thinking, all right, this is the way it's going to go. And then suddenly, midway through the first quarter, you're ripping up the script. It's totally different, and you got to be prepared, to tell that story as well. So, but that's the beauty of sports.
Yeah.
It's you plan for one thing, and then somebody gets hurt, or they play it differently, and then you got to figure it out as you go along.
Mark, you spent many a year traversing the sports complex in South Philadelphia. We've got a lot of people down there this weekend. Tips for how to get in and out of that place.
Tailgate, go early and stay late.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just plan your whole day around. Listen, think of it as an Eagles game. When the Birds are playing and I'm a season ticket holder, I'm down there no later than 10. And I'm equipped. I got food, I got beverages, I got whatever I need.
Where do you park?
Well, typically I try to park near the arena, because what happens is, and that's the lot that would be right adjacent to Broad, because what I do is literally at the gun of an Eagles game, I walk 15 miles an hour. I get to my car, and then I just know the traffic patterns, and I get out pretty quickly. So, plan your entrance, plan your exit, and plan to go early and stay late.
Speaking of all that, where do you stand? I don't know if we ever asked you about the projected Sixers move into the city and that arena and where it is and all the other angles of this. Where does that sit with you?
I think it's an awesome idea. As I look at that area, I say to myself, well, what's there now? And is that vibrant? And does it create jobs? And is it something that you can point to with pride? And I don't think the answer is an overwhelming yes. I know that there are a lot of NBA teams, there are a lot of professional baseball teams and football teams that have their stadiums right in the city. And what we have to get used to now is, if they do indeed build it, is we're going to have to change the way we attend the game. Yes, there'll be parking for people and that sort of thing, but, learn to take SEPTA. It's not something to be ashamed of, and I think SEPTA is on board with this, and they're trying to make whatever changes they have to. I think it's going to be great. It's going to create jobs, and it's going to create a whole new thing. And quite frankly, knowing the Sixer principals as I do, they are very attentive to the concerns of the neighborhood group, and I think they're trying the best they can to take care of this.
Yeah, I really do hope that they are able to find a happy medium. And I got to say, like, as a season ticket holder for the Sixers, it being where it is now, it's not that much easier to get in and out of that parking lot. Especially getting in for me is I'm tapping out because there's.
Yeah,
everybody's getting there at the same time. People don't tailgate
right.
for Sixers games.
That's right.
So if tip-off's at 7, people are rolling in at 6:30, and it's like, okay, well, here we go. 20,000 people all arriving at the same place at the same time.
That's right. That's right.
I got clipped leaving the parking lot at a game in March. Somebody bumped into my bumper on the way out because everybody hustles to get out on Broad Street at the same time.
Did they stop and express concern, or did they just keep going?
They owned up to it.
They didn't bump you, they rubbed you.
They rubbed
it's racing, Nick.
That's right.
Mark, you've been out of it professionally for a little while, and we brought up the Wells Fargo Center. What have the Sixers done right over the last 5 or 6 years that the Flyers can't seem to get right?
I can't comment on the Flyers because I really don't follow it nearly as closely. And for the Sixers, this is the result of the process. This is the result of those years that were lean when they were taking on expiring contracts, when they were gathering draft picks. Ben Simmons obviously didn't work out, but Joel Embiid obviously did. And now they have the window of opportunity with Joel, and with the way he plays, you don't know how long that window is going to be open, but that's why James Harden is there, and you're happy to see Tyrese Maxey develop, and you would hope that this is they just got to get past the second round.
Yes.
I mean, that's in the minds of everyone. And that's what makes tonight so critical, is the fact that you want to maintain the home court.
Right.
Well, and listen, getting past the second round obviously is key for this season and should have been for every other season. But, it just sucks that we're playing arguably the best team in basketball in the second round. And I can't stand how the NBA does it. I can't believe they don't reseed. I can't believe that, the 2 and 3 seeds are rewarded by playing each other in the second round and not by playing the 8 and 5 seeds or 6 seeds. I can't remember what the Knicks are. But, why don't they do that? Why do they not reseed?
It's a really good question, because I'm in favor of exactly what you just said. You should be. I mean, listen, they've rendered the regular season, it's more of a test than anything else, a survival test. And so if you want to incentivize winning and playing your players more, guarantee them the fact that, yes, if you're a first seed or a second seed, that it'll be to your advantage, because when you do advance to the next round, you will have that lesser team to play for in the case of an upset, which we've already seen in a number of series. So I think that, I'm happy to agree with you as to why they do it. Maybe they need to set up so much in advance that they logistically need to know what the matchups are going to be in the next round.
Works to their benefit.
My son pointed this out to me, and then the NBA picked up on it as well. But for the first time in NBA history, there's a 1 seed, a 2 seed, a 3 seed, a 4 seed, a 5 seed, a 6 seed, a 7 seed, and an 8 seed in the second round. And it's never happened that way before.
Yeah, and I don't know how to explain it other than the fact that if you're a fan of parity and you would like to think that the playoffs aren't a fait accompli before they play them, well, then this is your year.
Yeah. We're going to have to wrap in a sec, Mark, because we got to do this cash contest that we're doing. But I wanted to mention the podcast again. It's called Fresh 24.
That is correct.
And you have guests and
yeah. So basically, it's Sixers-centric, and it's not only current and former players and coaches and front office people, but anybody who is a fan of the Sixers and notable.
Cool.
So Josh Shapiro, the governor, we've interviewed him. He's going to be on, I think, next Wednesday. A guy named Mike Jackson, who is partners with John Legend in a production company. I don't know if you guys have ever met Mike or not.
No.
He's going to be a guest, and I'm just, for Kathy's sake, I'm trying to get Bradley Cooper on.
That's awesome, man. You're enjoying it. That's what matters.
It beats working, guys.
Yeah.
Come on. You're talking to a microphone for a living, and the next thing you know, you're getting paid.
Exactly. All right. Well, listen, dude, thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
It is great to see you.
Back at you.
Our casa, su casa.
You know what? I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'll be back tomorrow.
All right. It is great to see you. It's here for Mark Zumoff Zoom with us on the show. Yes.
Oh, yes!
All right. It is straight up 10 o'clock. That means we need to do this right now.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, and the word is gold, G-O-L-D. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do that through the contest page at WMMR.com or the MMR app, and you can also text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now for that. And winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And for MMRBQ details, text FINALLY to 39333 for a link to the information. So again, the word is GOLD, G-O-L-D. Come and get that money.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Cherry Roofing and Siding. You can get 0% financing and free estimate when you book at cherryroofingandsiding.com. Since 1975, they've been providing service with a cherry on top. Let's start with this angry fella. An Oakland man seething with anger and frustration over cars racing by his house. So he began firing with an assault rifle at passing motorists. And one woman drove by his house, 21-year-old Marie Villa Bedford, and he fatally shot her.
Shot her?
For driving by the house.
Well, that's what the streets are for.
Yeah.
Was she drag racing?
No. The district attorney office filed murder charges Tuesday against accused killer Bernard Tracy Jimerson. Jimerson told police that he was frustrated by the noise of cars racing up and down his street in the middle of the night. He never should have had a gun in the first place. The felon has a rap sheet, 2 prior strikes, and is prohibited from possessing firearms. He's also the father of 2 young children. This guy's just nuts. So Bedford was driving just before 2:30 a.m. Saturday. At the same moment, Jimerson was targeting cars driving past his house. He triggered it triggered this thing called shot spotter activations, which they can detect gunshots. Yeah.
Right.
And police officers responded to the scene. Before officers arrived, Bedford was fatally shot while driving past the house. He was
just driving.
I think so, yeah. It didn't say anything about her racing or anything like that. He was arrested 3 hours after the killing. That's horrible. Sorry to lead with a horrible story. Let's go with this. A German court said on Wednesday that a landlord sunbathing naked in the courtyard of his building was not a reason for his tenants to reduce their rental payments.
I think it is.
The case involved a building in an upmarket residential district in Frankfurt, Germany, which included an office floor rented by a human resources company. The company withheld rent because it objected, among other things, to the landlord's naked sunbathing.
Yeah.
In response, the landlord sued them. The Frankfurt State Court rejected the company's reasoning, finding that the usability of the rented property was not impaired by the plaintiff sunning himself naked in the courtyard.
Can you see the wrinkles in my scrotum?
It said in a statement that it couldn't see the inadmissible, deliberately improper effect on the property.
The midday sun's like a million little fairies dancing on my nutsack.
Judges were ruling on an appeal against a lower court decision that went in the landlord's favor, and the tenant had only limited success overall. They found that the tenant had been entitled to reduce rental payments for 3 months only because of noisy construction work in the neighborhood, but not because of the naked landlord.
Seems like a weird story.
A group of disgruntled residents in a Welsh community have erected a sign warning drivers to, quote, adjust their bra straps and to, quote, secure their nuts due to the number of potholes on a rural road.
I like that.
Which they describe as the worst in the country. So it literally says on the sign, secure your nuts. Abergorlick Road between Breckfa and Pontenswen in North Cartmanshire has long been complained about those who have traveled along it. The council had been told of these issues, and while it has in the past filled some of the potholes, it has not resurfaced the road, something which locals say is desperately needed.
I'm on my way to Furt Squat.
Exhausted at their efforts to get the road improved, a group of residents now erected a large yellow sign along the bumpy road that reads, caution, remove dentures, adjust bra straps, secure your nuts.
That's a sense of humor.
Welcome to the world's worst maintained road, courtesy of Cartmanshire City Council. So while the sign is intended to be funny and lighthearted, the group has stressed that there is a serious reason behind placing it next to the road and that it is vital that residents living nearby have a safe surface to ride cars and bicycles. A man this is a terrible story. A man riding the subway in New York City died on Monday afternoon after another passenger physically restrained him when an apparent chokehold inside the train. The dude died.
Yeah, he did.
From being choked. New York police responded to a 911 call about a physical fight at the Broadway East Houston Street in Manhattan. Police found the man, 30-year-old Jordan Neely, unconscious and unresponsive. He was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. It was ruled a homicide. The cause of death was compression of the neck. No arrests have been made. Earlier, the victim had gotten into a verbal fight with a 24-year-old man. The dispute escalated into a physical fight on the subway car, and Neely lost consciousness. Video taken by a bystander shows a 24-year-old with his arms wrapped around Neely's neck in a chokehold as the two lie on the floor in the subway car. The man who died had been screaming on the train when other passengers restrained him. Witnesses told police the victim had been acting hostile and erratic toward other subway passengers. When he was approached by the 24-year-old man. After finally being released from the chokehold, the victim lay motionless on the floor of the subway car. And the thing is, man, if you do those chokes and you choke somebody out, it's a very dangerous proposition because if you hold it just too long, you can kill them and not realize you've done that.
And it's a sad story all the way around because the guy had a number of altercations. The victim, his mother had died, who apparently meant the world to him, and he and friends of his said he just slid into this weird place where he was getting aggressive, and it had like a full mental collapse. So just a complete loss all the way around.
Did you guys see the footage of the Rangers fan and the Devils fan got into an altercation, and I forget which did which, but one of the fans flipped the beer out of the other guy's hands, and then the guy who had the beer flipped put a chokehold on the dude. He completely passed out, fell down, hit his head. This was in Game 7 of the Rangers and Devils series. Yeah, I mean, it was.
You got to watch
messed
it.
Up. Yeah.
Did he die? Or?
No, but like, look, I understand why the guy would be upset if the beer got flipped out, but don't put a chokehold and then maybe kill somebody.
Right. All right. And then one last story. Do I have time?
Yeah.
Okay. Residents of a Chicago suburb were in for a surprise when a steer escaped during a high school senior prank gone wrong and went running through the town.
Where's our steer?
Police said several seniors from Northridge Preparatory School were pulling a senior prank in early hours Thursday that involved bringing live animals to the school, including a steer, a pig, and multiple chickens.
Did you see our steer stir?
Police said the steer escaped from the students and was seen running through the streets of Niles. Witnesses.
Were there any other animals?
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
Witnesses captured video showing people chasing the steer through the neighborhood. Police said that they were able to corner the steer behind some homes, and it was captured with the help of an animal expert. The steer,
I'm an expert on steer.
The steer was taken to the Hooved Animal Humane Society.
Welcome.
To the Hooved Animal Humane Society.
Every animal here has hooves. You'll be right at home amongst your own.
When they show up, you hear, instead of clapping, you hear all the hooves clacking together. Police said they were able to... Wait, I already said that. Administrators said an internal investigation has been opened, but the school is not pursuing criminal charges against the pranksters. Steve, the steer was okay, so they avoided...
Another catastrophe. Would a steer have udders?
No. But
I still love it.
Related to the cow and
it was a nutsack catastrophe.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so a couple of things to note.
A couple?
Oh, Jesus. I said it.
Yeah, a couple.
So you got about 5 minutes left to enter the word gold for MMR's concert cash giveaway. So the word is gold, GOLD. Text that 45911 or send it to the app or WMMR.com. And you might win. All right, you've been waiting for this. I would like to give it away now. If you are planning on attending our party at Keenan's in North Wildwood for the opening of the Jersey Shore, be caller number 25, and you will win a reserve booth and cut line passes, and that's for you and 3 guests. You'll also get a bucket of Coors Light for your table and a case of Coors Light to take home to the beach house. So caller number 25, and we will be there on Friday, May 26th, and we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. That's the Preston and Steve Show. 215-263-WMMR is brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. We are taking a break. Coming back in a moment. We're going to give away some Aerosmith tickets when we come back with the lesson question, and we'll get trash, music news, and all that stuff. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Emma, right?
Oh,
Really?
God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right,
Good guess, though.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island. You know,
So
and we
now-
have played golf together, so you know.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
entertainment-wise.
Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all?
No more.
Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, you know. More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, you know, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's gonna kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got
'cause
nothing
I haven't
but
gotten
yeses.
any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right. All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
don't know the
wasting-
cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time.
I know.
But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist
not?
drummer.
How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm gonna help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black.
Oh, that helps a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh, man. You got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh, my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned, and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be our guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah. Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building here.
I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out, he's a friend of mine.
Looks like everybody's getting it.
Black
Preston, how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino. By the way, I want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
all right.
We never heard the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to try it again?
We
Like,
have
it's like
to
wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang
And
on.
for those of you who hate the sports intro,
Here
you're going to get it
there
again.
it is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume
Before
a
you
little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The
What's up?
sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous. So, of course. Yeah.
You guys remember why it started, right? It's because we were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is I don't know what my second. Like I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone. Auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for however many years now, and like occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that
Every
number?
once in a while, you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start.
In the last couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got 23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
He has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down. Ball sacks are yummy.
Ball sacks are yummy.
And the dolphin. There you go.
What is that?
That was
it
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my "What the F is that?"
Oh, all right. Okay.
I think the music helps
that
with that.
sounded right.
Yeah, Did it sound right?
A little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think
No,
you
there are
do.
no farts.
No,
It would ruin the sanctity of the sports intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So we gotta
Farts
get it
appear
right.
in the music news.
Yeah,
You know what it is?
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that.
I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
I start with that.
I tell you what, that sounded closer than it sounded for the past couple of days.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Shut up.
Game of Thrones star Sophie Turner tells Dr. Phil on his podcast, Fill in the Blanks.
Oh, my God.
Phil.
How about Phil McCracken?
In the blanks. That she got so much hate mail on social media, she actually considered suicide. She said, it's weird. I say that I wasn't very depressed when I was younger, but I used to think about suicide a lot when I was younger, and I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just a weird fascination I used to have, but yeah, I used to think about it. And I
probably considered suicide after doing Fill the Blanks in.
She said, I don't think I ever would have gone through with it, and I don't know. By the way, Sophie Turner on Game of Thrones, as the series has progressed, she's gotten more beautiful along the way. And now because they're dressing her different, and she is regal, and she has a little more attitude. And
May
her
I say
eyes
something?
are just so gorgeously blue, and that red hair. She's stunning.
I'd say the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
As the show's progressed, you've gotten more beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
You know what? Steve's right.
WMMR, it's everything that rocks. Incubus with a song titled Rye Bread. You didn't think I was going to do that, did you? No. Pardon Me, actually, is the name of the song. It's 10:22. It's a Friday morning. Casey, give me that feel-good jingle one more time. I need it.
No sand bro. 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 No sand bro.
Theme of a Friday morning and heading into your weekend, of course. We are not done giving stuff away. In fact, we still have many awesome things to give away. We have our Word of the Week prize coming up at the end of the program. But right now, this very moment, we are going to give away Aerosmith tickets for the lesson question.
What?
Yes. Aerosmith.
What?
And
What?
Saturday, September 2nd, Wells Fargo Center. So the question, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to look at these yet. Let's see. Yeah, I think we got to go with this. Nick used to play chess with Pepperidge Farm Chessmen cookies. Steve used to play Stratego with what other food item? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Nick used to play chess with Pepperidge Farm chess cookies, Chessmen cookies. And Steve used to play Stratego with what other food item? 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning it is brought to you by Shock IT. Unfortunately, it's not a question of if your business will be hit by a cyber attack. It's a question of when. Be prepared by protecting your business with ShockIT.com. That's ShockIT.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Drake has put his Beverly Hills home on the market with an asking price of $88 million. Drake says the 35,000 square foot estate is too claustrophobic for him and says he would really like to buy a planet. A prequel to Bridgerton titled Queen Charlotte has made its way onto Netflix. The series lays the groundwork for another prequel called Baby Bridgerton about a very slutty infant. And finally, Lala Kent from Vanderpump Rules announcing she will no longer be appearing at the 2023 MTV Movie Awards this weekend in solidarity with the Writers Guild. Said Lala, quote, "If you know anything about me, why?" And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you have the answer to this question. Nick used to play chess with Pepperidge Farm Chessmen cookies, and Steve used to play Stratego with which other food item? And we'll go to Eric. I think Eric might know the answer. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, sir. All right. So, Eric, what did Steve used to play Stratego with, please?
Pork chops.
Pork chops. Hang on, Eric. We're going to going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Aerosmith. Peace Out Farewell Tour, 50th anniversary of Aerosmith, celebrating a lifetime of hits. Saturday, September 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center with the Black Crowes. Tickets go on sale today. In fact, they went on sale 25 minutes ago. WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. You need the details, you can go to WMMR.com. Or you can text the word farewell to 39333, and we'll send you a link to the information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
What the All right, this morning is brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. The Preston and Steve Show heading to Keenan's in North Wildwood again this year to officially open the Jersey Shore. And you can be there starting at 6 a.m. on Friday the 26th. Let me see here. I have a bunch of things. Friday the 26th. All right. Got to put these in a certain order here. All right.
Put this
so
over here and move this behind us.
Got it now. Foo Fighters were set to perform on Saturday Night Live for their season finale this month before the WGA strike, and the appearance would have marked the band's first time performing on the show since Taylor Hawkins had passed, but obviously that's not going to happen.
Not happening because of the writer's strike.
And according to The Hollywood Reporter, Kieran Culkin and Jennifer Coolidge were also scheduled to host SNL. As of now, those two guests are up in the air as far as when they might appear.
And you know they would have done a Succession parody.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Out today is Smashing Pumpkins' Autumn, Act 3, the third and final installment of the band's ongoing song cycle, Autumn, a rock opera in 3 parts. The conceptual project is directly linked thematically to the group's 1995 double LP, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Regarding the completion of the trilogy, Billy Corgan recently told Rolling Stone that concept albums seem to find their audience in strange ways. He said most people don't know what the records are really about. They're focused on their favorite song or their favorite drum solo or whatever. It's totally fine. The last 20-something years of social media have taught me to respect the fact that everybody has their own level of engagement, and any engagement is good. But there's a concept to this if you're open to it.
Has he ever flat out stated what the concept is?
Not that I've read.
Huh.
Not really sure, and I don't know much about it. I haven't really listened to him, so I don't know.
You don't know, man. That's it. Get off my back.
No. All right. Joe Perry explained why co-founding Aerosmith drummer Joey Kramer will be sitting out of the band's upcoming Peace Out Farewell tour, but hinted at the chance that he might be able to join in. He said his heart's in the right place. But listen, he said playing the drums is an athletic event, and there's a certain point where every joint starts to give out, man. So at this point, we're not thinking he's going to be there. But he also said, we'll see. So we'll find out maybe a few dates down the road.
At least for the absolute last date.
Yeah. Yeah, I would hope so. By the way, it's an Aerosmith weekend coming up this weekend. Listen to win tickets as MMR rocks the Peace Out Farewell Tour. Saturday, September 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center with the Black Crowes. I just mentioned that a little while ago. We're going to be playing big blocks of Aerosmith all weekend long. And go to WMMR.com because if you're a VIP, you have another chance to win tickets. All right, a couple of local notes to mention to you. The Hooters have announced the release of their latest album. It is their first new studio recording since 2010. It's called Rocking and Swing. And the new album will be released on May 12th through their own Hooters music label and will be available on vinyl and CD along with digital streaming services. They're actually having a listening party tomorrow night.
And you're going, yes?
I'm going to go. Pierre's going to go.
Nice.
Nick might go to it as well. So we're looking forward to that. Rocking and Swinging, according to the press release, is a throwback to the Hooters' early 80s roots with their unique blend of ska, reggae, and rock. It's an upbeat party record with 8 new tracks. The Hooters also are headed on tour. And they're going to be joining Rick Springfield's I Want My 80s U.S. tour, which is rolling across the country from August 4th to September 17th.
I like that.
It'll be the band's first national tour since the mid-'90s. And the group is looking forward to traveling to the States again after wrapping up another Euro tour in June and July of this year. So the closest date I saw is in Atlantic City. They'll be playing at the Hard Rock in the Mark G. Estes Arena on August 12th.
What the hell?
But I don't see any other dates as of now. Nick, do you have anything?
I'm looking for them. I thought I had other local dates.
All right, let me know because I looked up tour listing in this link that was sent in the press release, And they were also doing Hollywood Casino.
Oh, they're doing some Ardmore shows too. Ardmore Music
But not
Hall.
with the Rick
But
Springfield
not on the,
tour?
Yes, not on this
Okay.
massive tour that you're talking about. But Eric and Rob are going to be back in our studios probably in 2 weeks after they do those Ardmore shows.
Okay, very cool. Also, another local announcement. Our friends in Froggy.
Yes.
Are going on tour.
I love this.
The youngins are hitting the road. I love it. I'm so happy for them. They will be opening for Babyface and Sorry Mom. We got a message from Brooke who checked in to see if we could plug that. Absolutely. They'll be playing a Philly show at Milk Boy on May 19th, and that's on Chestnut Street. Friday, May 19th. Tickets are available online or at the door. And we have a link to that posted at WMMR.com.
I will tell you, when
that out.
they did a set on the side stage last year's barbecue, and they got a mosh pit working.
Yeah, dude, it was
pretty wild.
It was badass. So I'm looking forward to seeing them again sometime. And then I want to mention our buddy Kyle Mack's band. They got a gig this weekend. I told Kyle, I'm like, dude, when you have gigs, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll put it in Music News. They're a great band. They're big, like 10 or 11 piece band, and they play all kinds of great stuff. And
terrific.
You've heard Kyle sing. You've heard why the No Sad Bro jingle.
No sad bro, 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 no sad bro.
So the FM band's going to be playing the Hard Rock Casino tonight.
The casino.
10 o'clock, they'll be in the lobby bar. Which is this big room,
Yeah,
great stage,
it's amazing.
whole deal. So go and see Kyle if you happen to be in the AC area, swing by the Hard Rock.
Well, I believe I've heard that they will be playing Keenan's.
Yes, the night after.
Yeah.
So Saturday night,
Right.
Memorial Day weekend.
Yep.
FM band is going to be playing there, and I asked if I could come and play drums with them.
Ooh.
So I got to make sure that I don't have any plans that I'm already committed to on the Saturday, but I'm looking forward to sitting in with that band, which would be really, really cool. So that'll be, Saturday, and we'll keep mentioning that as we get closer to that event. All right, that's it in music news. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second and give away our Word of the Week prize. So we hope you'll stay with us because we're not going to be gone long. Hang in there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Why do you ask?
Ghost.
Why is it happening? Why is it happening?
The hell is that? Is that Hydra?
I don't know.
I unlocked my phone. And
What was it?
It was Ghosts of the Forest, Trey Anastasio's new band.
all right, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't hit play. I just, it's a freaking Face ID, okay? So
You just looked at it?
I don't know if I swiped up, but it just started playing music. Preston, I was more interested in what you were saying.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
Yes,
That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or a
good, though.
snorkel, but a snookle.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good
treatment or
questions.
whatever,
Yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what
So
you brought.
They provided.
They
the substance?
provided it
Do you
for you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat of
It was
the
called
stuff.
Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snookle, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snookle
Right, a
is?
snookle is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snookle is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snookle. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snookle offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified or to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snookle.
Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did. My
K-San?
at
No.
K-San in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh,
So I
didn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains.
Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
We all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy saw Hargis.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too? When I see him on TV. I mean, yeah.
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw two officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
on.
What? This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn.
Pretty reckless on 93.3 WMMR. 10:42. Good song to end on this Friday morning. Beautiful looking day so far. My weather forecast says that we may have some rain on the way later today. I
I'm seeing just partly cloudy, no rain.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to look.
Let's go with mine.
I'm going to pull up my app right now. Dude,
Right. Let me call up Grindr.
No, that's the. Well, I mean, if you want to, you can.
Planning a weekend.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm going to go to the latest here. Oh, yes, of course, there's an ad that pops up. 4 o'clock, slight chance for rain this afternoon, but that's it. So maybe just a little passing shower.
I just bought a tactical air fryer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
On Grindr?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That app is so much more than I thought it was.
It's really evolved.
Wow. So tomorrow's looking fantastic, though. 70 degrees and partly cloudy. Even better on Sunday, 75 and partly cloudy. Even better on Monday at 78 degrees and partly cloudy skies. So we finally get a break from the grays.
We need it.
Which is what it's been.
The rain is needed, too.
Yeah, but it's just been kind of chilly and windy, and so we finally get some nice stuff, which is fantastic. So today has been one fun program. I would like to thank a couple of people for being a part of it. Mr. Harland Williams was on this morning. He is hilarious. He's just weird and funny and cool and all of that stuff. And he is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Get those tickets now. And then Mark Zumoff came by, former voice of the Philadelphia 76ers, television-wise, and you may remember this. Yes! Oh, yes! So it was nice to catch up with him and talk Sixers for a few minutes because they do continue their quest to move on to the next round as they take on the Celtics tonight. So also thank you to Primo Hoagies. They brought all kinds of goodies by. Today's National Hoagie Day, and they're celebrating with $6.99 Primo size Italian, turkey and cheese, or ham and cheese hoagies all day for rewards members. So you can go to primohoagies.com and get all of the details. It's all good. Pierre Robert is here.
Good day.
Front and center.
The scream that you just played from him, when was that? Do you know?
I don't
great?
know.
Maybe that's when they won the World Series.
That's when the Sixers won the World Series.
Yeah.
Because I was just in town then, and I had an apartment in West Philly, and I was taking a nap, and I heard this slow rumble start building, and I go, "What is that noise?" And it was the wildest thing from inside this old Victorian apartment, and it kept rising louder and louder, and I go, wait, I think there's an athletic competition. And I went out and turned on the TV, and they had just won the thing. And the noise got louder and louder. And then a buddy of mine came over, and we were trying to go get Chinese food in Center City. Madness! And he's going, what are these people yelling? They're yelling Sixers. Sixers, because they had won the big game thing.
Okay.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
And it was a glorious moment, but that was some years ago.
Yeah.
That
That's
might
you.
be when that came from.
It's possible.
Was he there then?
I don't know.
What year was this?
1982.
1922.
1922.
Okay. So you.
Yeah, it was his rookie year.
I had a Model T. You had to crank it to get it going, but it was a damn. Betsy was her name. She was a hell of a girl.
Betsy.
Yep.
Betsy the Model T.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
You got it.
All right. How about that letter, buddy?
All right, Guster.
All right, Guster.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Alt rock band, Guster.
Yes.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in Roboto.
All right, and we'll take caller 7 at 215-263-WMMR and see if you know the word of the week. We'll give you the word of the week prize if you do. So call right now, and we'll see if that whole thing happens. It's a No Sad Bro Friday. Did you hear our jingle? Our No Sad Bro Friday jingle?
Is that the one that Kyle did?
Yeah.
It's a Howard Jones
Okay.
tribute.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you heard that.
No sad bro, 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 no sad bro.
What's that?
It sounds like Casey's one of the voices.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
They're going
But
back
Kyle's
and
the
forth.
other one. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Cool.
Kyle's the really strong sounding one.
Very cool.
Casey has a great voice too, but Kyle's punches.
Boom. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's up for No Sad Bro?
I played Mr. Roboto yesterday, by the way.
Okay.
In a block of sticks.
I dig sticks. That's a fun.
I love that song. I like that song in particular. I know that album got beat up, but that is a great song, man.
Domo Regato.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Domo Origato.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
On the program, I'll have
Whatever. Don't worry, God. Whatever.
Whatever.
Dom DeLuise.
I will have concert cash opportunities at noon and 3 p.m. Also, more tickets for the Ardmore Beer Fest next Saturday. And the Aerosmith thing just went on sale. We got a big block of Aerosmith to kick off our Aerosmith weekend. Block of AC/DC, block of Steely Dan. I'm going to try to get to that new Hooters song as well, which will be cool. The brand new album that you talked about is coming soon.
Nice.
And they're going to be at the Ardmore Music Hall. You had mentioned that, Nick, for 3 shows.
Yeah, they're all sold out.
Yeah, all 3 instantly sold out. It used to be the 23 East, and that's one of the places they started, so it's sort of like a little homecoming thing.
The new song, Pierre, is called Why Won't You Call Me Back?
Right.
And I think that's going to be one of the ones that's featured on the listening party tomorrow night.
Cool. There you go.
Wonderful. All right. We're looking for caller number 7, and it's Eric. Let me go to him now. Eric, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. Eric, what is our word of the week, please?
Texas!
Hole in one!
Eric, that is absolutely correct. And we're going to set you up with a little soiree party. We're going to give you a dinner for 10 people at Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham, PA. All right?
Awesome, thank you.
You
Glad
bet.
It's not tonight, though, because I have just had surgery in my mouth
Oh, you just had surgery on your mouth?
this morning.
Oh, my
man.
God. All right, well, hang in there, man. We're glad you could use that mouth to call us and win. So
Thanks for using your
congratulations.
mouth on us.
Yeah, hang on, bud. We'll get you information. Don't forget you can book a reservation now for your high school or college graduation dinner. Enjoy 15 different cuts of meat and fish, a gourmet salad bar, and an award-winning wine list. You can book a reservation now at Nebraza.com. I would like to thank the fine sponsors of the Preston and Steve Show. It's been brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on this very program, we will have both in studio Monday, Buster Douglas and Michael Spinks. Some of the great boxers.
That's pretty cool.
They're stopping by.
Maybe we can get them to fight for us.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Henry Winkler will be on the show.
Yes.
Always
great
great to have him on. Comedian Christina Hutchinson,
Yes.
will be in the studio. And also, we are going to have Major, the Phillies' new clubhouse puppy, stopping by next week as well.
Fantastic.
So those things and more.
Yeah.
That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great, wonderful weekend, and we will see you later, gang. Bye-bye.